lang.
The countdown is on to Trinidad and Tobago Carnival 2025. But before Bacchanal erupts in the streets, debates will heat up in the House, and this time, Assistant Secretary of Community Development, Youth Development, and Sport, Assemblyman Wayne Clark, will lay a motion calling on all THA divisions to enhance employee performance metrics to foster a culture of continuous improvement and professional development by investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. Then, call on the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago to designate the Assembly Legislature of Tobago as a National Heritage Site in recognition of its historical, architectural, and cultural significance. This Thursday, February 27th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will convene for the 38th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As usual, you are welcome to either come in or tune in. Either way, don't miss it. The countdown is on to Trinidad and
Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Members, you may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer.
Honorable members, I have received leave of absence from today's sitting from Assemblyman Nigel Tate, member for Signal Hill, Patience Hill, Councillor Tashia Boris, Assemblyman Niall George, member for Plymouth Blackrock, and Assemblyman Megan Morrison, member for Mount St. George, Goodwood. The leaves are granted.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I stand to lay the following papers: the Tobago House of Assembly monthly budget report as at the end of November 2024 and the Tobago House of Assembly monthly budget report as at the end of December 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, Select Committees. Chief Secretary's question. Questions to Secretaries. Questions for oral answer.
Assemblyman Kelvin Morris.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 262 to the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development.
Assemblyman James.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As always, it's an honor to stand in the House, and I stand on the vote of those in Scarborough Mount Grace who made the best choice in December 2021. Madam Presiding Officer, we came into the division December 2021, and what we found is that there was no permanent list signed off by the division and the union at the time, that the books for registration in the various districts were seized and could not be found in the division. We found that there were approximately 300 vacancies on the books, and we had a demand for employment that exceeded 2,000. And that is how the 10-on, 10-off program was born. During the period, we've had four installments of the 10-on, 10-off program. In November 2022 to December 2022, we employed 500 workers at a cost of $3 million. From April 25th, 2023 to September 11th, 2023, we employed 800 workers at a cost of $9,022,000. From November 7th, 2023 to August 12th, 2024, we employed 650 workers at a cost of $15.2 million. And of November 19, 2024, the program is projected to end August 25th. We have employed on a rolling 10-on, 10-off basis 800 workers at a cost of $18,770,240. Over the period, we have expended $46 million on the program, and we have employed 2,750 workers. I have a breakdown of the areas for which workers were employed from. From Argyle, over the 3 years, we've employed 22 persons. From Bacalet, 4 persons. From Bagatelle, 36 persons. From Belgarden, 64 persons. From Bethel, 128 persons. From Bethesda, 46 persons. From Betsy's Hope, 21 persons. From Blackrock, 46 persons. From Bloody Bay, 11 persons. From Bonaccord, 137 persons. From Boku, 38 persons. From Calder Hall, 97 persons. From Canaan, 95 persons. From Canby, 31 persons. From Castara, 37 persons. From Charlottesville, 58 persons. From Cinnamon Hill, 12 persons. From Crown Point, 35 persons. From Darrell Spring, 34 persons. From Delaford, 39 persons. From Fairbanks, 10 persons, from Glamorgan 30 persons, and we can go on throughout the entire district. I can read the entire list. From Glamorgan, 30 persons, from Glen Road, 28 persons, from Golden Lane, 61 persons, from Goldsboro, 11 persons, from Goodwood, 59 persons, from Government House Road, 16 persons, from Grugo Patch, 13 persons, from Harmony Hall, 10 persons, from Hart Lane, 24, from Hope Village, 22 persons, from Job Avenue, 7 persons, from John Dial, 19 persons, from Kendall, 8 persons, from Lambo, 82 persons, from Lance Formy, 44 persons, from Lance Formy, 44 persons, from Laketo, 45 persons, from Louisdor, 31 persons, from Lowlands, 44 persons, from Mary's Hill, 25 persons, from Mason Hall, 104 persons, from Moriah, 71 persons, from Mount Grace, 41 persons, from Mount Pelia, 7 persons, from Mount Pleasant, 51 persons, Mount St. George, 77 persons, Palatuvier, 33 persons, Patience Hill, 75 persons, Pembroke, 51 persons. From Plymouth, 109 persons, Rockley Vale, 11, Roxborough, 51, Scarborough, 47, Signal Hill, 64, Susselands, 33, Speyside, 42, Darrell, Spring Garden, 23, Union, 17, Wim, 71 persons.
Assemblyman Morris.
Madam Presiding Officer, can the Secretary explain to us the process of engagement? How a young person, anybody, wanting to be engaged in this program, how does the process work in terms of recruitment?
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, on November 18th, 2022, the project manager who led the program received an email from kelvonmorris.tha2021@gmail.com with a list of persons to whom he required to be employed. So I'm sure the minority leader understands the process.
Assemblyman James. Answer, please.
That's my answer.
Can you reiterate your answer?
On the 18th of November, 2022 at 4:55 p.m., the project manager, who is the coordinator for the program, received an email from one kelvonmorris.tha2020-2021@gmail.com with an attachment of 14 names requiring to be on the 10-on, 10-off program. So I am absolutely certain that the minority leader is aware of the process. I can read another email if the House so wishes. On November 19th, 2024, at 2:21 p.m., to the same coordinator, again from kelvonmorris.tha2020-2021 the officer is receiving an email with an attachment for employees to be put on the program for 11 employees from the district, I believe is Darrell Springville.
Assemblyman Morris.
Madam Presiding Officer, if we are to accept that process utilized by the Office of the Area Representative is the accepted process, then can the Secretary explain why from that time to now, only one person from that list has been employed?
Assemblyman James.
I wish that I was the person deciding who makes it to the 10-on, 10-off program. What I can say is that from this Assemblyman's district, from Union, 17 persons, from WIM, 71 persons, from Darrell Spring, 34 persons, and so on.
Assemblyman Morris, follow up.
Madam Presiding Officer, so clearly, if that is the process as accepted, and I can confirm out of the 11, only one, is the Secretary saying that the process is not working? Because if 1 out of 11 through the process would have been engaged, then is the process working?
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, sometimes I fail to understand the question. However, the process that we have ensured that from the minorities district, upwards of 200 people were employed on the program.
Question 263. Councillor Petal Daniel Benoit.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 263 to the Secretary of Education, Research and Technology, Assemblyman Zarisha Hackett.
Assemblyman Hackett.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Regarding the Kendall Aquatic Facility, A, can the Secretary state the procurement process used, the contractor selected, and the project's initial start and completion dates? And B, what was the initial contract sum and what was the final cost upon completion of renovations? I love the second part of question B. Response. The request for quotation procurement method, or RFQ method, was used to select a contractor for the project. 3 contractors submitted: Sileds Limited, Cosia Upholstery and Drapery Limited, and Protron 97 Limited. Sileds Limited was awarded the contract as the most competitive bid. Project timeline. The letter of award and contract was issued on August 19, 2022. The initial completion date, September 2nd, 2022. Initial contract sum, $1,297,272.61. However, the Division of Education, Research and Technology, upon reassuming responsibility for the project that was previously agreed to be completed by the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, engaged the Eco-Industrial Development Company of Tobago as the management consultant, and further evaluations determined that additional work was required to ensure that the facility was fully functional. Renovation works contract, September 2024 to November 2024, contract $709,303.50. And then additional works for full reopening, January 2025, contract sum $121,770, with the total project cost, which was made very public on the reopening on the 30th of January 2025, $2,670,345. The project included, because it's going to be a follow-up question, so let me save him that, general construction repairs and refurbishment, repairs to the swimming pool, board pools that were leaking, replacement of damaged plumbing and drainage systems, repairs to all electrical systems, refurbishment of the restroom, changing area and showers, cleaning and restoration of the deck and spectator seating areas and repainting of said areas, general painting and finishing works, additional plumbing and electrical repairs, restoration of the pump and filtration system, waterproofing and sealing of pool structure, installation of new safety and compliance signage, upgrades to lighting and ventilation systems, repairs and replacement of tiles in various facility areas, roof repair and ceiling repair, Final calibration of pumps and filtration system for full functionality, repairs and upgrades of the facilities entrance and access points, installation of new fixtures in washrooms, changing of the entire perimeter fence, repairs and sealing of pool deck surfaces, inclusion for the first time of railings and slip-resistant coatings, final testing of water quality and filtration system, replacement of the pump system, replacement of the sanitation system, complete landscaping and outdoor aesthetics, additional signage, final deep cleaning, and of course, furniture and equipment replacement. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Councillor Daniel Benoit.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary indicated that there was a changeover from the Division of Infrastructure to EID cuts in relation to management of the project.
To the Division of Education.
To the Division of Education. Was the same contractor engaged, or there was a new process after that changeover occurred?
Assemblyman Hackett.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, the RFP, all of that occurred under the Division of Infrastructure. As a matter of fact, the Division of Education engaged the Division of Infrastructure because that occurred in the midst of our school repair program, and we found that we needed the assistance from the experts in that division. So yes, we reassumed the responsibility at the end of that school repair period and engaged EID cut, as we did for our entire school repair program, to also facilitate this project. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Councillor Daniel Benoit.
Madam Presiding Officer, I don't think the Secretary responded. I was asking the question if with the changeover, if the contractor was the same person.
Assemblyman Hackett.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer.
Any more follow-up?
No.
Since we have come to the end of question and answer, Secretary Boris isn't here.
Yes.
So question 264 would be taken up at the next sitting, the 39th sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly. Clerk?
Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries and assistant secretaries, personal explanations, introduction of bills, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly, and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business. Motion.
Assistant Secretary of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, Assemblyman Wayne Clark.
Madam Presiding Officer, members in the House, both on this side and the other side, and in the gallery, a pleasant good afternoon. Must stand on I want to thank the people of Lambo Lowlands, as whose shoulders I stand on in this honorable house. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm going to ask your permission to read parts of the
request to leave granted.
Thank you. Whereas the Tobago House of Assembly has made significant strides in advancing Tobago's development through various initiatives and projects made possible by the dedication of many hard-working and committed public officers across all employment cadres. And whereas the continued success of Tobago's transformation requires an all-hands-on-deck approach, ensuring that every division, every department, every unit, and every individual operates at optimum levels of productivity. And whereas this administration remains committed to providing employment opportunities, but also recognizes that efficiency, accountability, service, excellence must take precedence to achieve Tobago's vision of becoming the greatest little island on the planet. Be it resolved that this Assembly acknowledges the critical role of the THA employees in fostering Tobago's progress and commits to further investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. And be it further resolved that this Assembly calls on the THA divisions to build on existing successes by enhancing performance metrics, strengthening monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and fostering a culture of continuous improvement and professional development. Madam Presiding Officer, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this motion, which I sincerely believe is a clarion call to all people in the engine room of the island, of this island, to fire up their engines, rev their engine, and mash the gas. This motion can be compared to many things. Madam Presiding Officer, the one which comes to mind is Formula One racing. The vehicle is the Tobago House of Assembly, with all its dormant horsepower, and the driver is not just the person in the hot seat. That is the public officers, but there are pit crew, navigators, control room, monitoring remotely, and the performance and specifications of the car, and advising how fast to go, when the tires must change, when fuel need topping up, and so on. That is who we are as assemblymen and secretaries, monitoring the performance of the THA and making decisions with the driver on the handling and management of the vehicle. That is the THA in the race to provide goods and services to the people of Tobago. Don't forget, Madam Presiding Officer, that there are also spectators in the village room and watching from afar. Some spectators are rooting for the THA vehicle to succeed, and some are invested in a flat tire or it running off course. But I will speak about that a little later on. But for the moment, let's concentrate on the driver, because we don't want him to stop at all. Madam Presiding Officer, the THA vehicle is the biggest vehicle in the race to provide goods and services to the people of Tobago. Although this vehicle has a horsepower rating of 6.9% of the national budget, but the race organizers from Port of Spain underloading the engine to 4.3%. Therefore affecting the power of the vehicle, the downforce, the torque, and maximum speed. The handling around the corners and the fuel consumption. When we speak of productivity, we are reminded of the Bible verse which says, "Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not unto men." I get that right, Pastor? In other words, even though the race is already sabotaged by the central government underfunding of Tobago, we must not just sit back idly and have everything come to us as if we are on life support in an intensive care. At the Scarborough Hospital, I suggest, we must produce, Madam Presiding Officer, when we see the green flag, we must mash the gas like we put one to bust the flooring. Why? Because for one, the rules are not fair. So when you get that little clearance, you must go through. My colleague from Scarborough Mount Grace has clearly demonstrated time and time again the weaponization of the central government to frustrate the efforts of the THA to bring much needed services to Tobago. And they are looking on, Madam Presiding Officer, to see the fruits of that sabotage while the people of Tobago continue to suffer. While the people of Tobago continue to suffer, and while all of that is going on, the Tobagonians in Parliament and those opposite are silent because of their allegiance is to power and not Tobago. So this motion, Madam Presiding Officer, is our pit stop. The motion seeks to acknowledge the critical role the THA employees are fostering in fostering Tobago's progress and commits to further investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. We must invest in the drivers, Madam Presiding Officer, but we must also give the driver the best and expect the best in return. Take, for example, our mega development program. The allocation is $205 million. I just want to stop at that a little bit, Madam Presiding Officer. We need to understand, and the people, the layman on the street, also need to understand that it says $205 million here, but in reality it's a different figure. Because due to late releases from Port of Spain, when that money comes late, the THA has to go into that overdraft, which for the past 2 years, Madam Presiding Officer, the THA has been paying $8 million, that interest. So in effect, the $205 million, when you take 8 away from that, really we have 198 million. Or 97. I drop out of school, we should expect that. It's just one. So, Madam Presiding Officer, when on paper at times it seems that we have one sum, in reality, we have a lower amount to deal with. The last time we had such a small allocation was during COVID in 2021. And that allocation was a crisis allocation during a pandemic when the country was shut down. Tell me, Madam Presiding Officer, what in the national crisis that will cause the central government to give at its lowest DP allocation in 10 years? This is like putting unleaded gas, Madam Presiding Officer, in a THA vehicle that has an engine for jet fuel. Obviously, they want to mash up the engine, and that engine is Tobago. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Madam Presiding Officer, in this field of sport, talking about the racing, there is saying it's not just the car, it's also the driver. And while we are calling on the central government to stop sabotaging our drivers, we are also calling our drivers to put all their skills to beat a crooked system. Madam Presiding Officer, our drivers have gratuity as the public officers and back pay from 2012. Over a decade now. Once again, the race organizers of the government, well, we all see made recent headlines, fixed their back pay by over 20%, but not our drivers. They are getting 4% over 7 years. Government refused to give you electors 10%. They settled for 6%. And they are the top of the top 0.1% of the ladder when it comes to salary. Here in Tobago, poverty is more than 30%. And the central bank, in 2022, in an article, said that more than 30% of the workforce they're living from paycheck to paycheck. That economic injustice, Madam Presiding Officer, is affecting our productivity. We talk about the UE electors. We must also pay in mind that Even some of these items that are under the sixth schedule, they are not fifth schedule items. But they also obstruct productivity in Tobago. I'm talking like Tiantec. Tiantec is still functioning on 2013 wages. The Port Authority, they come for a lot of criticism, but you know what? They had an
Minority Leader, we have to hear where this conversation is going. Yeah? Please continue.
I realized patience wasn't one of your good things, you know, but that's okay. Madam Presiding Officer, how about that 2 minutes, eh? So as we talk about it obstructing Tobago's productivity, the Port Authority, Madam Presiding Officer, met and settled with the previous government before this administration in central government, and they agreed on 12%. But up to today, that agreement was not honored. And we know the importance, Madam Presiding Officer, that these people play. We know the importance. WASA, they were offered 4%, but WASA offered 4%, but the government again refused. As true PSA. Madam Presiding Officer, our teachers, which are among some of the most critical people with the job they do, which deals with our children on a daily basis. Sometimes some of these children actually must spend more time with the teachers than their busy parents at times who are struggling back and forth to make ends meet. Time and time again, can these people perform at their best when they are working with salaries that over a decade old have been renewed, upgraded? Our healthcare workers, it's just normal for people to feel demotivated walking into the workplace when you have to function on salaries from a decade ago. Because the cost of living didn't wait on you, it keep going up. Things will keep turning. And for you to be functioning on that, Madam Presiding Officer, the salaries that are just not up to date, it affects our productivity one way or the other. Madam Presiding Officer, we talk about the percentage of people on the island who are living from paycheck to paycheck. That also is affecting our productivity. When the race organizer sends officials here to pressure Tobagonians with licensing, EMA, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Works and Transport, and the lowest of them all, the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance. When all these coordinate to undermine Tobago's progress, they are vested in affecting our productivity, Madam Presiding Officer. Why is this productivity so important? If we do not maximize our spend here in Tobago, we will allow the government in Port of Spain to get us. We cannot allow them to get to us. So I'm contributing to this motion, Madam Presiding Officer, to let public officers know that they are the drivers of the vehicle and their skill will compensate for the sabotage. But that means, it just means that they have to work harder, they have to work smarter with Tobago in mind. Drivers, which is mainly our public servants, we can't make unforced errors on this racetrack. when this vehicle is going at bullet speed. Madam Presiding Officer, they cannot let the situation get to them and come to work late. They must have the Tobagonians which we serve in mind. And in spite of the sabotage, they must come on time and leave in time. And while they show up, Madam Presiding Officer, they must rev the engine and they must take off and help even in areas that is not their area, just to make our people in need get the relief they desire. We must not take it out on other officers and undermine their work spirit, but we must have a work ethic that is second to none in order to bring speed and efficiency together in this public service. That will make it the envy of all other race cars in this circuit. Most of all, Madam Presiding Officer, for there to be productivity, there must be harmony between the driver in the cockpit, and the race manager. The managers at the base. We also know too well that there are many instances of very senior officers throwing the whole kitchen sink of regulation and protocol at secretaries. Secretaries wishing to make things go much better, while under, let me just rephrase that. They throw the whole kitchen sink of regulations and protocol at secretaries wishing to make things go much better while under a different regime. Their job was to carry out the policy of the secretary in charge. Altogether, both the car, the pit crew, the managers at the base will be confirmed in the next THA election. Each and every one, Madam Presiding Officer. I take this opportunity to firstly thank all the hardworking, dedicated public officers in the Tobago House of Assembly at all levels, from captain to cook. And I urge that all steps for training, professional development, practice, dedication, and innovation, let those things be the hallmark of how we overhaul the engine and rebuild a custom engine that will give 100% at all times. And winding up at this moment, Madam Presiding Officer, it is necessary for me to state that Tobago was not always like this. But after 20 years of shortcuts, our support for the drivers need retooling. And in this debate, I move that our mission to build productivity will drive our efficient, effective, and accountable public service, therefore contributing to making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Madam Presiding Officer, there are a lot of things that can prevent productivity. Sometimes they seem very minute, but sometimes small things have a big effect and can contribute to a big result. I worked at the Division of Infrastructure for a few years well. As a matter of fact, I was just about to call it my career, but I'm here nevertheless. And in doing so, there were many frustrating moments, Madam Presiding Officer. And I could just give you a few. There were one instances the workers, I mean the mega workers at the bottom of the earning ladder who cutlass in the road raking up the grass. And we always have problems with those, had to wait 5 years to get a boots. A boots that really, the very regulation from the union say you can't work without it. At times, I see workers who are living paycheck to paycheck, bend over backwards, Madam Presiding Officer, and take that money out of their pocket and buy that boots just to work. So it's not all that are unproductive. There are people that are willing and go beyond the natural call to make things happen on a daily basis in this Tobago space. It's very difficult, Madam Presiding Officer, when You're leaving home to do your work, but you don't have a comfortable mind. You're leaving home wondering. Many times we pass through the villages and we see crews from work sitting there. And people will say they're lazy. That's off the surface. When you get to the bottom, these men just don't have the materials to work. The division has money to pay the salary, but they don't have money to buy material. And you know, people living paycheck to paycheck, and people who live in the way some of our workers at that low end live. If you buy the material and you send them home, the work still ain't got done. And you're going to be creating more harm than good, Madam Presiding Officer. So even though at times we say we don't see productivity coming from them, there are reasons why. Nothing is 100%. And these workers, Madam Presiding Officer, while they might have some that not performing where they should, there are workers, I assure you, who go beyond and above to make the daily sacrifices just for works to be done. I see at times men bring things from home just to get the work done. There was one instance where there was no material on a job, and they wanted just about 10 blocks to finish the job. I see a worker take 10 blocks from home by him and bring it to the job to get the job completed. Madam Presiding Officer, we have to commend people who go beyond and above to make things work in ways like that. Yes, sir. We have to. And at times, we tend to, the interpretation out there is that sometimes these people feel kind of beat down. You know, like their best efforts is going to nothing. But we as an administration here, Madam Presiding Officer, are committing to have these workers the simple things that they need to perform, that they have these things, that they have their PPE. In the division where I service, community development, youth development, and sport, under the great leadership of Mr. Sampson, we are doing a process right now that we are ensuring that the workers call them in, do the additional training where we see they have the deficiencies. You do they call it retooling and whatever, we just call them in and sort of revitalize them to send them back out. Because in many instances, and bear in mind, Madam Presiding Officer, we have this situation that we are trying to rectify, but it can only be, let us understand that it's a situation that we inherited. We didn't come here to point fingers, but it's just the way it is. We got it broken, and we are trying to go as fast as we can and as hard as we can to get it to run the way it should, that Tobago will get the service it rightly deserves. There are dedicated workers out there. Nothing is 100%. But there are also workers that are very, very demotivated. We are trying in this administration to see if we could dust them off as much as possible. Give them the tools they need, Madam Presiding Officer, that they may do the work that is required of them. It's not about no section in this house and minority and whatnot. Tobago is suffering from productivity, a low productivity rate. I don't think anybody could stand here and dispute that. The point is, how do we address it and how do we get them motivated that they may produce on the limited resources that we have to work with? Because the resources are limited, Madam Presiding Officer. The resources are limited. Nothing comes the way we want it to come. You will never have things your way in life all the time, but you know what? Sometimes you just have to make the best out of what there is. Madam Presiding Officer, even before I take my temporary leave, we will do what is required as some of my colleagues will get deeper into certain aspects of this presentation, that we will let Tobago know that we have their backs. We'll let Tobago know that we are in support and we will do the best we can to bring the resources that we could realize the development that we deserve through motivating them enough to produce at that level that will make this a reality. We all look forward to doing the best we can to equip the workers that they may produce, and we can work, Madam Presiding Officer, to see that great island manifest before our very eyes. Madam Presiding Officer, I can't forget any paper. Oh, I'll find it. Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move this motion standing in my name. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question proposed is, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, has made significant strides in advancing Tobago's development through various initiatives and projects made possible by the dedication of many hardworking and committed public servants across all employment cadres, and whereas the continued success of Tobago's transformation requires an all-hands-on-deck approach, ensuring that every division, every department, every union, and every individual operates at optimum levels of productivity. And whereas this administration remains committed to providing employment opportunities, but also recognizes that efficiency, accountability, and service excellence must take precedence to achieve Tobago's vision of becoming the greatest little island on the planet. Be it resolved that this Assembly acknowledges the critical role of THA employees in fostering Tobago's progress and commits to further investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. And be it further resolved that this Assembly calls on all THA divisions to build upon existing successes by enhancing performance metrics, strengthening monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and fostering a culture of continuous improvement and professional development. Assemblyman Kelvin Morris, you may now join this debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, and with your leave, in accordance to Standing Order 42.6, I will from time to time wish to refer to some of my notes.
Request to read granted.
Madam Presiding Officer, I think the issue of productivity is an issue that is always one of importance. But today I felt quite sorry for my colleague from Lambo, because my colleague is someone who comes into the House and he speaks from his heart. And obviously, today, what was presented here was not a man speaking from his heart. He's best when he speaks the truth, regardless of who the truth might offend. And it appears my colleague was thrown under the bus by some that perhaps wish not to put their face to this motion, because the motion is really criticizing. They have chose, after failing the people of Tobago for the last 3 years, to come and now blame the workers. And my poor colleague is the one that they would have thrown to the wolves today, because all of Tobago would have heard a man get up and said, basically, that after 15 well-paid persons sitting in an executive with the ability and the resources to lead this island would have failed, they are now saying it is the workers who are not getting the job done. And that is quite appalling, it is quite disingenuous, and it's quite dishonest as well to the people, the workers, the hard-working, genuine, honest workers of Tobago who come to their work diligently, they make the sacrifice, and after I've listened carefully to the analogy, because he made an analogy about a vehicle supposedly being under-resourced by some external party. And while that may sound compelling, we all know in Tobago the issue has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the vehicle and everything to do with the driver. But I have always learned, if you misprognose, then you would misdiagnose. And you, the presenter, claim that the drivers are the workers. But I wish to submit, Madam Presiding Officer, based on the THA Act, Section 37(1) of the THA Act, the driver is a secretary who is assigned the responsibility for a division of the assembly, and that secretary shall exercise general direction and control. So it's not the workers. The driver is indeed those who Tobagonians elected as the executive to treat with its day-to-day management and policy direction. And therefore, if the driver can't drive, then the car ain't gonna go places and ain't gonna get anything done. If the driver don't have a plan, then the car will continue going in circles and nothing will be done. And that is where the real crux of the unproductivity is. Because ultimately, this is the same vehicle that was able to build roundabouts, 3 of them, and those roundabouts, Madam Presiding Officer, were built not by contractors from Trinidad, you know. Those roundabouts were built by public servants. Public servants built those roundabouts in record-breaking time. That same vehicle delivered over 4 brand new public secondary schools and many primary schools, 2 brand new hospitals. That vehicle started a brand new international airport down at Crown Point, 2 brand new police stations, 1 brand new fire stations, developed playing grounds all across Tobago, the length and breadth of Tobago, lit playing fields, built over 14 new community centers, not recommissioned, commissioned brand new community centers, built access roads, developed roads. I remember in Wim was 1-way road in, 1 road out. Now you can go through Wim, through Backhill, you can go through Idlewild, you can go through Marys Hill, you can go through Top Hill, School Hill, all kind of hill. That is the vehicle that this disingenuous, dishonest administration comes in this house after
Minority Leader, Assemblyman Morris, please be careful of how you speak about your members.
Thank you, thank you.
Retract and continue.
This abusive,
Retract
I
and
retract,
continue.
and this abusive administration, Madam Presiding Officer, I wish not to be distracted.
Assemblyman Morris, there is a standing order that guides your language.
Okay, no problem. I retract.
Retract and
This
continue.
administration that does not treat Tobagonians properly is coming in this house after Tobagonians place their trust in them to turn around. Doesn't that sound as some, based on I am a student of psychology and I understand abuse to mean having been in a relationship where the person is being taken for granted, and even when they are being taken for granted, they are being beaten, they are being wrongly treated, but yet they continue to come back and come back and come back because they are being abused and there's abuse in the system. But Madam Presiding Officer, the point being noted is ultimately, if the engine now is sputtering, the roads are crumbling, and nothing is getting done, it is not because of the lack of resources or the vehicle. It is because the driver is reckless, incompetent, inexperienced, and completely lost. And perhaps the navigation system has malfunctioned. Madam Presiding Officer, you know, I heard the Assistant Secretary try to make a case, I guess, probably trying to appeal to public servants. We know everybody wants a fair wage. And, you know, training up public servants that, well, you only got 4% so. And behaving like he didn't benefit from the recent increases that was granted to politicians and other members who are under the SRC. So, yet again, dishonest, disingenuous. And while that is happening, while he's telling public servants, well, you shouldn't be productive because the end year are just a reasonable increase. This administration, by way of response to the 10-on, 10-off question, would have admitted that their only response to Tobago's unemployment and underemployment issues is a 10-on, 10-off program of over how many? Over 2,000 Tobagoans. Madam Presiding Officer, I wonder if this secretary or assistant secretary in his wind-up will be so generous to tell us what is the salary those persons who are working 10-on, 10-off, what are they earning? And could they, that program you created that you believe is the best thing since sliced bread for Tobagonians, could they live on that? Is that pay a livable wage? But what this secretary didn't tell us is while Tobagonians are getting scrums under them, $300 million have been spirited away to few contractors in Trinidad. So while they're talking about the central government and trying to beat up the central government, in one hand what they receive, in the next they give back. So in one hand you're saying 200 or however amount is inadequate for Tobago's development, but you are taking even more and give it back to the same people you say that are in fact stymieing Tobago's development. So again, I wonder, what is really the modus operandi of this driver? And, Madam Presiding Officer, let's be honest. Because I said the problem isn't the vehicle. And we accept, based on my submission, that the secretaries are in fact the driver. And if we are to accept that the secretaries are the driver, then the next real question is, where are they taking us? Can any Tobagonian, the public servants, the average man on the street, articulate the destination? Do we know if it's Charlottesville we want to go? And have they actually told us how we're going to get to Charlottesville? Do we really know where the stopping points, where are the markers? And we are talking productivity, and you know what disappoints me about this contribution? At no point did the member provide any metric, any scientific methodology to, in fact, discuss this issue of productivity. Because what is not measured cannot be managed. And therefore, you cannot just come here and tell us, well, Tobago have low productivity. Did you test that? And if you tested it, if you did a survey, if you measured it, if you asked a question, if you had workers in a system where they know what their daily tasks are, and you are measuring them to see if they are delivering, if you did that, and you have the information, would you care to share it with the minority so we too can have a look at whatever is informing you that there's low productivity? Because it's one thing to get up and say there's low productivity, but what are you measuring the productivity against? What is the yardstick? And is it a one-size-fits-all? Because I know for a fact, my father worked on the road, and they would have tasks, and he would go every morning very early, and he would dispense of his task, and then he returns home. So because he returned home, and he has the rest of the day to himself, would you consider him an unproductive THA worker? Considering that you gave him a task, he came and diligently performed his task, and he then returns after his task is completed. So then, how are we measuring this productivity or low productivity or no productivity that you are blaming the THA worker for? How? And it's one thing to identify a problem, but at no point this member articulated a solution. What are you putting in place? And don't tell me the others would say it, because this is your motion. And you should have presented us with a resolution as to what will be the approach. Because the easiest thing in life to do and to be is a critic. And you all are finding that out now, because you all used to criticize and criticize and criticize. And now that you are in the driving seat, you are failing, you are failing, you are failing. And we hear it from you all every day. I hear secretaries saying, you know, we didn't know things was like that, you know. And all of a sudden, all you know that we don't have enough money. You're training up Tobagonians, telling them the PNM wicked, the PNM this, the PNM that. Now all of a sudden, the refrain is you don't have no money. And imagine you have the heart to come here and talk about an $8 million overdraft when the chief secretary sat here and boasted, stood up and boasted that while the PNM had to manage the affairs of Tobago, while the drivers of the PNM had to manage the affairs of Tobago, receiving funding on a month-to-month arrangement, sometimes late, and also putting pressure on the overdraft, paying high interest, he was able to negotiate advance payments, which one allows him to have more money to manage at a predictable rate and less interest to pay. So in a real sense, you got this vehicle under more favorable terms, yet you are driving the vehicle recklessly. And you remind me of a man who, after he gets into accident, knowing that he bumps the man's car, he turns around and tells the man, you give me a bad drive. That is what you all are sounding like. You all need to take responsibility. Where responsibility was given, you all asked for this challenge. You all told Tobagonians, we will fix this. But instead, all Tobagonians are seeing, are you all fixing yourselves, your friends, your families, and your Trinidad financiers?
Minority Leader, you're out of order.
Madam Presiding Officer.
That statement.
Which one? Which aspect? Because
Minority Leader, your statements are out of order.
Which aspect of the statement? Because I am positive that me saying
you are
that they are fixing themselves, how is that out of order?
You
Please
are
point into the standing order.
Minority Leader, I am not. I refuse to argue with you.
I'm not, Madam Presiding Officer, point me to the standing
You
order.
are
We're
out.
fixing themselves.
Your statements are out of order, and I am not arguing with you. I am cautioning you to be careful with your language and your inferences to members of this House.
Madam Presiding Officer,
I am
hope the same will
cautioning
be
you.
applied.
I am cautioning you.
But I asked her to say
I
it
am
where I'm out of
cautioning
order.
you, Minority Leader.
I asked you to tell me which aspect of the standing
Minority
order
Leader,
is
have your
out of order.
seat, please.
You can't just tell me I'm out of order. I want to learn. Tell me
Minority
where I'm
Leader,
out of
I
order.
am cautioning you of your language towards your fellow members and your inferences to them as well.
So
It's a caution.
I hope it will be extended when the others come.
You may continue.
Because this house is a house for the people, and this house is a house about fairness and equity and equality. You don't know about that. You don't know about that. Madam Presiding Officer, no, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. But ultimately, these are not, I am just a messenger. This is the sentiment out and about all over Tobago, that while they would have placed their trust in you, you have breached that trust. You have secretaries allegedly abusing workers with obscenity. You have people intimidated, Tobagonians fired, contracts not renewed. This is what is causing if there's any instance of unproductivity, this is in fact what is causing the unproductivity, lack of job security. Madam Presiding Officer, when people don't even know if my contract will be renewed, imagine just before Christmas, people getting letters, Madam Presiding Officer, just before,
Members.
Honorable members, there's a right way to do things in this House. We are also guided by the standing orders of this House. Standing Order 44 says, if somebody's on their feet, don't interrupt. You may continue.
Thank you for the protection. Madam Presiding Officer, as I was saying, imagine just before Christmas of all period, the season of giving and loving and caring and sharing. Madam Presiding Officer, I remain very silent. The truth hurts. Just before, and I'm going to repeat it for Tobagonians to hear, just before Christmas, your Tobagonian brothers and sisters and family and cousins and uncle and nenen received letters indicating that their contracts will not be renewed. Imagine that. Taking bread out of the mouths of your own Tobagonian people. We're so cross up in Tobago, and might be even your relative, you never know. And you want to come here and tell us, after driving, overseeing, and presiding over those heartless kind of actions, that perhaps the reason why nothing is happening is because the workers are unproductive. So after they go through the abuse, you turn around and tell them that they are the problem, not me. You are the problem. You, the worker, you are the problem, not me. So, and I recognize this administration takes responsibility for absolutely nothing. Whether they're right or whether they're wrong, they wouldn't even be honest to themselves. To thyself, be true. To thyself, be real. And understand that the problem is not the worker. The issue we face in Tobago is that the people we place at the helm to steer our ship just can't drive. That is the honest truth. And that is why a motion is brought here to address a very important situation. And rather than come with a solution, all you have come to do today is blame, 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 name, and shame. And that tells me that is the very ethos of someone who lacks the ability to lead, does not have a plan. Because I thought you would have come, because for you to even develop, let's talk about how you develop, because let me help them in some ways to manage, because we know about driving in the PNM. If you have an issue or a problem, you must have some foundation. You have to have a marker as to what you are measuring the problem against. So it means that every division ought to have a strategic plan. Within that strategic plan, you would have your goals, your objectives, and so forth. And as you lay out your goals and objectives, you will also have markers that would test whether you are achieving your goals and your objectives. And it is from there you would know, perhaps if I'm not achieving my objectives, then I need to, one, you have to do the analysis that would tell you where the shortfall is, where your weaknesses are, and where your strengths perhaps lie. And after you've done that kind of assessment, then now you can diagnose how you're going to approach this issue of productivity specific to this division, because each division have its own needs or its own peculiarities, and therefore would need its own approach. So you can't come here and tell me no one size fit all, no all hands on deck, because what the car in ComDev might require, the vehicle over in education may not. So ComDev may need a Hilux, and education might need a Porsche. Or infrastructure may need a backhoe. So it means, therefore, you have to have different systems. But where is the plan? I recall this.
Assemblyman Morris, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I recall this administration going to a joint select, and when they asked them about their strategic plan, they basically said they had none. Imagine that. After 3 years in office, this administration has admitted that they have no plan. So imagine you want to build a house. You say you want it to be the biggest, largest, nicest, grandest house. But up to now, you don't even have a plan to determine whether you want 8 rooms, you want upstairs and a downstairs, a flat. And everybody who is to live in that house don't even know how the house will look. So, Madam Presiding Officer, while I believe that there's merit to looking at productivity across the THE and all institutions, I do not contend, I do not agree with the diagnosis that the problem is the workers. My prognosis to this issue is that we have incompetent drivers who are unworthy of the license they were given, and it is time to Begonians revoke that license. Let us fix them. I thank you.
Assemblyman Brabner, you may now join this debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Typical.
Members, I cannot continue with this session. I don't have a quorum of members. Can you kindly call members back to the House, please? We don't have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. It's an honor to stand here to join this debate. But I want to crave your indulgence, Madam Presiding Officer, to do three things really quickly. The first thing, Madam Presiding Officer, is to say a hearty on this Carnival Thursday, a hearty congratulations to Tech Eastside and Cats and Jammers for winning Panorama yet again. And allow me to also crave your indulgence, and I'm glad the member for Palliative and so forth came, because when I sit, I am going to crave your indulgence to leave and then come back, because I would like to go to the celebration for Deuce that is happening at this time with our school children. Madam Presiding Officer, you know, I sat here and I listened to my colleague, the Assistant Secretary with responsibility for community development, youth development, and sport, indicate to the people of Tobago that it is a time for all hands on deck. And he said it multiple times, and we spoke about the fact that there's limited resources. We spoke about the fact that, you know, all of those things, and he said all hands on deck. And somehow the member on the other side possibly did not listen to the motion at all, did not read the motion at all, and possibly did not listen to the member at all, because at no time did the member blame the workers or anything like that. But it is clear that what just happened, Madam Presiding Officer, is that the minority leader came with a script which he read, and he does not understand that debating requires you to actually listen to what people say and then respond, Madam Presiding Officer. I also promise to not be very long again. Celebrations are happening. How are we going to do this? And I kind of wished, Madam Presiding Officer, that the member had stayed, because having asked all of those questions, he conveniently is not here to hear the responses again. So how do we do this? The act of increasing productivity is one that requires, as the minority leader indicated, us looking at numbers, us looking at benchmarks, us looking at targets. And this Tobago House of Assembly, led by the Honorable Chief Secretary and this Tobago People's Party administration, even though we came into a space where there was no strategic plan, and it is strange that he will talk about not having a strategic plan and all of that, when in fact the organization that he's a part of did not have a strategic plan, and their strategic plan was old, and they spent money on doing it over, and it lapsed again, and didn't do anything in the strategic plan at that point. So it is kind of hypocritical, Madam Presiding Officer, to come here and expect, maybe it's not hypocritical, it is high expectations for those of us in the Tobago People's Party, and we need to rise to that kind of expectation. But we have done something. We have indicated to the people of Tobago that our aim is to make this island the greatest little island on the planet. And to do that, we have identified 12 pillars. And those 12 pillars have been linked to the international sustainable development goals. And those pillars are what each of our divisions use to ensure that what we do every day is connected to us finally getting to that goal of Tobago being the greatest little island on the planet. So no, What we do not have is a document that we paid some consultant a whole lot of money for and it sit down and wait and do nothing with it. What in fact we have are very bite-sized, measurable goals that we are looking towards for each of the divisions. So in my division, for example, we know that we are looking towards healthcare, and we know that we are looking towards social protection, and we know that we are looking towards those areas. And because we have linked them to the Sustainable Development Goals, we already know what those numbers are. What we've recognized, though, is that I kind of feel like after so many years in the Tobago House of Assembly, Madam Presiding Officer, that we're starting from scratch with so many of these things. So we now, in the 44th year of the THA, are putting in the systems to be able to measure those numbers, to be able to say, this is what we have to do, this is what we've done, this is what we have done has done, which in essence is a monitoring and evaluation framework. Now I say that, and I say it is because it is something that we are almost building from scratch in many instances, because even at my division, at the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, we are currently building out a simple monitoring and evaluation unit, because it is not something that was there in any real sense when we came in before. It's not like we met officers there doing that, so we had to build on it. No, we had to actually create the unit, and we just successfully advertised and interviewed, and we now have a monitoring and evaluation coordinator who is getting her feet wet, you know, and we are working strategically, because it's almost impossible to do everything at the same time. So for some of the projects that we are building out now, a key part of building it out includes the monitoring and evaluation framework, so that going forward, we have the data, so that going forward, we have the quantitative and qualitative knowledge to say, yes, we are productive. Yes, we've spent this $1 million and we got what we expected out of it. Or no, we spent the whole set of money and it really didn't work. And this is time to stop, reevaluate, and pivot. And may I say to my colleagues, as I've said it to the staff at the division, there is nothing wrong with identifying that something that you've done is not working. There is nothing wrong with identifying that and identifying that early and quickly, and then pivoting, and then changing your direction so that we don't keep doing what they did for 21 years that got us to this point, Madam Presiding Officer. So it includes all of us, even at this point, Madam Presiding Officer, when the budget statements are being prepared. The circular coming out of the division with responsibility for finance is very clear. It speaks to ensuring that all of the projects that we put a monetary figure towards is linked to these goals, these achievements, these outcomes. It speaks to that. So it is now up to us, again, all hands on deck. It is now up to us, all hands on deck, ensuring that what we write, what we budget for, and then what we spend actually makes sense and gets us to the point of productivity. As I said, Madam Presiding Officer, the aim is not to be very long. But I want to tell a little story. And yes, on this Carnival Thursday, it seems like everything that I say is revolving around Pan. But forgive me with this one. At the finals last weekend, As I made my way to the drag, by the way, we were able to honor one of what I would call our fallen soldiers of Pan by creating that drag in his name and in his honor. And I see the secretary with responsibility for food production smiling because it was she boy, Mr. Vetno. While on that drag over the weekend, somebody came up to me, Madam Presiding Officer, somebody who I've seen around. I'm not friends with them, but you know the face, you see them around. And the person called me Fate Sandy. And I looked at them, I said, wait, like you know more about me than I know about me? And he was standing next to another gentleman. And the gentleman was like, you know, kind of confused too and said, Sandy? And he said, yes, I know she father. And he looked at me and he said, and so Sandy from Plymouth is your father? And I said, jokingly, well, that what my mother tell me, Madam Presiding Officer. And he has not denied that he is my father. Now, I say that to say this. Even though most people know me as either B. Israel or Brebner, and most people see the doctor and the professional side of me, the fact is that half of me is a Sandy from Goat Rock in Plymouth. And those of you who know the Sandys from Goat Rock in Plymouth knows what that means. Now, I am saying that because I recognize that my name and my face has been plastered all over the place. And I had to decide, Madam Presiding Officer, whether I would address it or not, but I am going to, and I am going to because what we are talking about here is productivity. Minority Councillor, what we are talking about here is productivity. I have the responsibility, Madam Presiding Officer, of managing what may be, and I'm glad the minority leader, again, still absent, spoke to the responsibility of a secretary in the Tobago House of Assembly. And I have the responsibility of managing health, which relates to the whole healthcare system, hospitals, health centers, all of that, in and of itself, a ministry by itself in Trinidad. Wellness, which includes public health, which in and of itself speaks to all of the municipalities that deal with the public health inspectorate and waste management and so forth in Trinidad. And the third arm is social protection, which is an entire ministry in Trinidad. So the responsibility in Tobago, and I want Tobagonians to recognize that, the responsibility in Tobago for secretaries is really that multiple of what happens with ministers in Trinidad. And may I also add that the responsibilities of the administrators in Tobago is multiples, because the ministries in Trinidad have a PS and a deputy PS. And some have more than one deputy PSs. So we have a situation here where health, wellness, and social protection is managed, and it is compared to basically 3 ministries in Trinidad. So yes, earlier this week, Madam Presiding Officer, I made a decision because I needed to ensure that the organization that I manage is productive. I made a decision to speak to the employees who are housed at Signal Hill. And I wanted to speak to them specifically because part of the 44 priority projects of the Tobago House of Assembly for this year is the refurbishment and works at Signal Hill. And it includes 3 huge projects. One is the creation, finally, of a task force structure. Because right now, Madam Presiding Officer, they literally work out of I wouldn't even say a cow shed, because 2 cows can't stand up in there together. That is what task force currently works out of. And part of the 44 projects that includes works to Signal Hill includes an entire building for task force so that they have a full workshop to do what we need them to do. The other part of it includes working on a mechanical workshop there, so that they have everything that is needed. And if you remember, Madam Presiding Officer, last year, I think it was, there was a whole big protest up Signal Hill because the employees there were talking about it being not a safe place, and they brought in the media and all of that. And to be honest, when the media contacted me then, I said to them, run with the story, because it's true. Where they are working is not the best. It's not the best conditions. It is not. You run with the story because it is true. And the third thing that we are working on up there is a lab. And it's a lab that we are going to start with treating with vectors, but we hope to expand to do water and food safety and all of that as we build out. Now, because I know that this is a workplace where people sit every day, and because I know that this is a priority project of the Tobago House of Assembly, where we are going to spend $7, $8, probably $9 million, I took it upon myself to go and speak to the employees there to let them know we're coming to the end of signing the contract. We are going to get the work started just now. Don't be surprised when you see mobilization happening up here. Because it may also affect how they work. Because, you now have a construction site connected to a workplace, and we have to look at the OSH expectations and so forth. And I said to them, this is me and Olia talking. We are going to have an honest conversation. Now remember, I said that half of me is a Sandy from Goat Rock. And we had an honest conversation, Madam Presiding Officer. Now, part of that conversation included something that my colleague spoke about. Because one of the men who were there, who is a driver of a vehicle, came in slippers. And I said to him, he actually came in slippers. I actually think he probably had on his shoes, and because you see me, he put on the slippers to make a point. Because he does not have the appropriate boots. So we actually had a full conversation about that, Madam Presiding Officer. Why don't you have the boots? And we went all the way around. We actually did a deep dive, a root cause analysis kind of conversation about why he does not have the boots. And you know what it is? The new procurement laws says that even if the OSH officer thinks that this specific brand of boots is the best brand because it has these requirements, the foreman or the senior officer can't put the name of the brand. They have to describe the boot and hope that when procurement goes out, procurement gets that specific brand of that specific boot because that is what is needed. And somehow that conversation did not really happen, so that when the foreman said we need boots, and procurement went out and buy boots, the boots that came were the wrong boots. Now, we spent the money. which means that for us to have to buy boots for him again, we have to get the money. And yes, I did say I have to pull it out of me. Because we have to find the money again after we went through the process to get the boots, because we bite already, Madam Presiding Officer. And all of this leads to productivity again, because you know why? That same morning, 7 o'clock that morning, I was on the phone talking to somebody, because the workers couldn't get to their job because the person who was driving the vehicle couldn't get to the keys. And here we are. So a whole set of workmen sitting, waiting for the bus to come. And the bus cannot move because the key for the bus, wherever the key for the bus is, and we have lost an entire day. Now, as I said before, I wasn't planning to speak about this, but it is all about productivity. And it is these little things, Madam Presiding Officer, these little pieces that, because they are not connecting, why we are here today. Why we are at the point where we spend a lot of money. We have a lot of workers, and somehow we still can't get to all of the things we need to get to. And I would quickly give another example, because we're talking about all hands on deck, and we're talking about productivity. There was a gentleman who is a painter, and he spoke about not being able to finish a painting job. And when I asked what the painting job was, it was a very small painting job. Yeah, very small. And I said to him, but I don't know nothing about painting, and I could paint that. Why do you need another painter to finish that job? And he said to me, and it goes back to us having a conversation and listening. He said to me, it's not the painting, but I need to climb up on this scaffold. And for me to climb up on this scaffold, there's a safety issue. So there needs to be another person there to make sure that when I climb up on this scaffolding, that I don't fall. And even if I fall, it has somebody else there to be a part of it, to help. And I said to him, I said to the foreman, there's only one painter it have, but he don't need another painter. He needs somebody else, not necessarily a painter. And the foreman said, it's true, because it's 21 workers there and we don't need another painter. Another man could have gone with him. But it is because we did not think about it that way. In his mind, you needed 2 painters to be there. And because the 2 painters were not there, we can't get the work done. Now, I say all of that to say this, Madam Presiding Officer. When we talk about all hands on deck, we are talking about looking at the resources that we have on hand now, looking at the limited resources that we have on hand now, and ensuring that we work together to make it work somehow. And that requires, as my colleague said, you doing something that may not even be your work, or you doing something that is more than just, as the minority leader was talking about, your task, because your task for the day might just be from there to there. But if you finish from there to there fast and early, and you could do from there to there, that is more work that you could do. And then we could do more work on the island faster. And that is why I made it my business, even though PAN is happening now, to contribute to this debate and to say to the people of Tobago, this Tobago People's Party administration is here because you decided a couple years ago that the drivers that were in the car before couldn't drive. And you, Tobago, gave us the opportunity to be here in this position so that we could work together to get this car going. But we are asking all of you, Tobago, to come on board and to be a part of this with us. Because that is the only way, with the limited resources that we have, that is the only way, Madam Presiding Officer, we would be able to do it. And I stand here proud with my team. I stand here proud in support of my colleague, supporting this motion, because it is talking about things like these and making the difficult decisions like the ones we are making that will get us to the point. And I am certainly hoping, Madam Presiding Officer, that the minority will join us, because they also want Tobago to be the greatest little island on the planet, because they too need to come on board to join us to do the work that is required for all of us. And with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I crave your indulgence. There is a celebration for Deuce happening at this point. I thank you.
Assemblyman Charles Plantin, you may now join us again.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Standing order 42-7, or it's 47-2. Permit me to read parts of my speech for the presentation. Once again, thanks for the opportunity to join this important debate in support of the motion raised by my esteemed colleague, member for Lambo Lowlands and Assistant Secretary for Community Development, Youth Development and Sports, Assemblyman Wayne Clark. I am profoundly grateful to my constituents of Bagatelle Bacalet for the trust and confidence placed in me to be their voice in this honorable House. Madam Presiding Officer, this motion seeks to underscore the role of the institution of the Tobago House of Assembly to the development of Tobago, as the Tobago House of Assembly's $2+ billion annual spend on the island that keeps it afloat economically, socially, culturally, and environmentally. Moreover, Madam Presiding Officer, the people operating this institution at all levels, the public servants, are the key drivers of the process of providing goods and services to the people of this island, and it is essential that as this THA rolls out its development strategy, the greatest little island on the planet, child by child, family by family, and village by village, we must have a well-oiled public service machinery to ensure that no one is left behind. For this to happen, Madam Presiding Officer, the productivity, efficiency, and accountability listed in the pillar of the Tobago Development Strategy must not leave any public servant behind. Why so, Madam Presiding Officer? You see, Tobago was once noted for its vigor in the public service. In its heyday, the Trinidad and Tobago Public Service was littered with Tobagonians at the highest level of leadership and innovation. But listen to one of our finest, the late and venerable Reginald Dumas, in a newspaper article on January 16, 2018, titled, "Many Public Servants Don't Know the Job." In the article, the then Minister of Agriculture complained publicly that there was a level of productivity and poor work ethic among Trinidad and Tobago public servants. In the article, Madam Presiding Officer, Mr. Dumas painfully described how public officers' main function was to carry out government policy even if they disagreed personally. He also pointed out that they brought in many senior-level personnel in human resources who often did not know how the public service operated, and this continued even to the level of permanent secretaries.
It is important to note that we had no PDP or TPP in office in 2018, Madam Presiding Officer, and to take an agricultural term to describe this, the fish rotting from the head, this described at the level of ministries where national policies are made for even the Tobago House of Assembly to follow, thanks to the without prejudice to Section 75(1) clause. The country's public service has been maligned and corrupted at the highest level. Look no further, Madam Presiding Officer, to the debacle between the Minister of Finance and the Auditor General, a source of financial inquiry to the tune of $3+ billion. And in this case, the public officer had to stand her ground and win a case all the way to Privy Council. This is a clear example of how competent and diligent public officers can bring transparency and accountability to the public service. To add insult to injury, Madam Presiding Officer, the pension withdrawal scandal, which brought to the nation's attention by the national opposition, where this uncaring PNM government planned to withhold pensions from persons with account balances in excess of $25,000. In the headlines of the Express, December 19, 2024, AG blames public servant over error. A laughable and indefensible excuse, Madam Presiding Officer. You're laughing, deceitful. What did Teacher Percy say?
Member, I'm going to caution you with your language. Please continue.
Madam Presiding Officer. This TPP government is mindful of the need to have a top-notch public service that not only understands the assignment, but also innovates, as the Chief Secretary always asks, for speed and efficiency to live in the same house. In the area of agriculture, Madam Presiding Officer, let me explain why productivity is critically important and why the DP allocation of $22.005 million to my division is sacrilegious. This allocation represented a $6.9 million deficit over the previous year, a total cut of 23%. How can a division as critical as food security, natural resources, the environment, and sustainable development survive a 23% cut and still deliver without epic improvements in productivity? This is not possible at all, Madam Presiding Officer. More importantly, let us discuss how the lack of support for the Tobago House of Assembly and the agriculture sector in Tobago over the decades post-Flora places productivity at the center of agriculture's revitalization. Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago's total land area is just over 30,000 hectares. And according to the data from the Department of Agriculture in the year 2000, the total acreage under cultivation in 1946 was 21,600 hectares, or 72% of the total land area of the island. By 1956, the total area under agriculture declined to 19,305 hectares, or 64%. And in 1962, just before Flora, independence, and the PNM, agriculture accounted for 45% of the total land area, or 13,500 hectares. This represented a 27% decline in 16 years. There were no estimates of total acreage under agriculture until 1982, the 1982 census, which reported that the total acreage under agriculture at 5,872 hectares, or 19.5% of the land area, a 56.5% reduction in total acreage under agriculture. In 2004, the total area under agriculture showed further declines to 2,042 hectares, which represented a drop of 3,830 hectares, or 65% of the total area under agriculture in 1982. This meant that in 2004, the last year for an agriculture census in Trinidad and Tobago, only 6.8% of the total land area in Tobago was utilized for agriculture. A decade earlier, in 1994, ECA stated that 50% of the lands in southwest Tobago were already alienated from agriculture. Madam Presiding Officer, when we last had a census of agriculture, less than 10% of the lands were under agriculture than were active in 1946. Madam Presiding Officer, that is why we need to upgrade the Kendall Farm School. That is why we must invest in mega farming. That is why we need to open new lands for agriculture through the Access Roads program. That is why we need to upgrade the demonstration and research stations that the PNM left for bats and rats and rodents to eat. That is why we have to upgrade the skill set of the farmers through all these training programs. That is why we must focus on women farmers. That is why we must invest in TAGCO. That is why we must invest in technology through the company tags. That is why we must invest in tariff for education and research. And if we continue to be on the end of a spiteful and demonic PNM central government, then the only thing left is to build the institutional capacity of the people charged with enhancing the sector.
Are you standing on a point of order, Minority Leader? Two.
It is demonic PNM government, and we allow that in this house.
Members, please.
State and company.
Control yourself. Members,
As with every
members.
Sorry, Madam Presiding Officer.
Again, I'm going to caution you with language. There's such a thing as unparliamentary language. Be so guided.
As with every potential industry in Tobago, agriculture had been comatose for decades. Comatose, dead, slow, dormant, idle. And it took this TPP administration using only contractors and workers from Tobago to resuscitate the agriculture sector. And just in case the minority or the supporters of the minor supporters of the minority closing the fridge and they didn't hear the secretary, only contractors from Tobago and workers from Tobago were used to resuscitate the agriculture sector. Very often, the sector's work is supplemented with workers from the URP and CPEP programs. Everything that was missing under the PNM administration was found by the TPP administration. And we wouldn't say the documents from TAGCO missing because everybody knows where it's there. The long line fishing vessel for the line fishing vessel.
Members, one moment. I would like to hear the members' contribution, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The long line fishing vessel, the Capital of Paradise 1, was missing for almost a decade. This TPP administration refurbished it and put it to work. The packing house was run down, and TAGCO's workers were empowered to refurbish this facility, and now we have a functioning processing facility. Additionally, some of TAGCO's bays have been renovated by the same workers. The infrastructure on Little Tobago has been upgraded by an empowered division and with the assistance of the Unemployed Relief Program, the URP workers. Currently, the Small Ruminant Development Project is being advanced at Hope Farm and Bleming by empowered workers from the division and the URP. And I am proud to report that the Division of Agriculture is moving away from the perception of being an early morning walk to a properly functioning agriculture industry. This proves that some of our Tobago women and men at the division, its companies and its partners have stepped up to the challenge, but we need all hands on deck. Madam Presiding Officer, productivity in Tobago and everywhere is a big deal. When you go into a grocery store in Trinidad or Tobago with $1,000, all you will get is a little plastic bag in your hand with groceries. And the value of the dollar is even lower in Tobago than in Trinidad. And this didn't happen overnight. And it certainly didn't happen when we got here. So the Minority Council needs to ask its P&M colleagues in Trinidad, what have they been doing with the billions of dollars with this economy? What have they been doing for decades? What we have now in Trinidad and in Tobago is an elementary and undiversified economy. And this is after an oil boom. This TPP administration understood this because we are all from here. All of us sitting and standing here, we are Tobagonians. We grew up here and we experienced everything here. And this TPP administration took the little chicken feed that they sent in from the P&M central government and throwing it at the Secretary of Finance. And we took it and tried to diversify the economy, but the little pittance could only get us this far. The Division of Food Security, with the blessings of the Honorable Chief Secretary, was among the first of the divisions to make an attempt to improve the wages used to empower its workers. Madam Presiding Officer, in my research and past efforts to fix the issue of productivity, I was told that the previous administration convened a productivity council under the Division of Finance, and that mimicked a similar model in Barbados. In Barbados, this productivity council was created to develop methodologies for productivity measurement, management, and enhancement in the public service and the private sector, and to stimulate and monitor all aspects of productivity growth. However, I was told that the absence of political will was the main issue for lack of strategy implementation. This clearly shows the abandonment of the whole issue of productivity from the previous administration. So to close, Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to borrow a quote from Karl Barth, a good quote from Karl Barth. Although no one can go back and make a brand new start, anyone can start from now and make a brand new ending. Madam Presiding Officer, I continue to operate by these words. There are some Tobagonian workers who obviously understood that Tobago has always been grappling with the effects of low productivity and have heeded to the call of the Chief Secretary to be part of something bigger, to become more patriotic, and to be part of that larger vision to make Tobago into the greatest little island on the planet. And to these workers, our children, the people of Tobago, we are grateful for your service. I thank you.
Assemblyman Craig, you may now join this debate.
I am humbled to.
Honorable members, the member is on his feet. Please continue.
Yes. I am humbled to be a part of this conversation. Let me extend thanks to the persons of Bukum and Pleasant and Canaan who elected me to be the one to stand here to represent them. I feel honored to contribute to this debate brought to us by my good member from Lambo Lowlands. Productivity and Tobago. It was an eye-opener when I heard the references made by the member for the Secretary in charge of Agriculture as to the productivity schedule coming out of Tobago from as far back as before 1962, when the country was impaled with the party that now governs. to move from 72% of the island being under active agriculture to 6.8% speaks volumes. It says there was negligence all along the way. It kept going downhill and it was not being arrested. I won't be long this afternoon, Madam Presiding Officer, because I think that the speakers that went before did a great job, and I just need to maybe just make a few comments before we go forward. Would you allow me, Madam Presiding Officer, based on Standing Order 42-6, to just read bits and pieces of my of my discourse? Sorry, thank you, 7. Yeah?
Davis granted.
I sought to glean from the region what the productivity index looked like. And I could just reference maybe 2 islands at this time. In Barbados, there's criticism of the public sector, and the Deputy Prime Minister, Santia Bradshaw, and I quote, urged public servants to focus on their responsibilities, particularly those handling document processing. She highlighted that when payments to contractors are delayed due to inefficiency, it affects their ability to pay their staff, resulting in broader repercussions for the community. She pointed out also the need for supervisors to fulfill their duties and not overlook the lack of responsiveness among workers. Coming out of St. Vincent, we got comments coming through the media. Workers are encouraged to commit to their jobs, avoid negative influences, and understand that success takes time and effort. Employers are advised to invest in their employees through training and development, to foster a strong work ethic. There is no secret that Tobago is not where it should be in the context of the national conversation. We know for a fact that anytime Tobago takes a position that is politically different to Trinidad, and that's no secret, we are normally punished until we return to them. As I walk the streets of Tobago and people question me as to what appears to be our inability to deliver, I have to reference, one of the references I always make is our lack of funding. That lack of funding, which is deliberate, malicious, callous, and the only way the politics runs once that party is in central government. You see, I continue to advise, because even those who are part of the 10-on 10-off program, they do not want to be a part of a temporary arrangement, and I advise them, from whatever returns you get, seek to develop yourself, seek to do a course. We're talking productivity. Do something to lift yourself so that as the time goes by, you don't have to continually depend on these jobs for your sustenance. You see, my good friend, the minority leader, would have us believe that the 10-on 10-off options and these jobs are a production of this administration. I must let him know that the stresses experienced in Tobago were not built over 3 years. The stresses Tobago experience, where he references from time to time people suffering and people crying and they can't get food, and the mommy and the uncle and the auntie and the nanny, those things didn't happen over 3 years. I am doing the research to see, you know, we have come to a point in Tobago where our young men have grown mischievous and uneasy, have taken on a kind of criminal personality. That didn't happen over 3 years. Because if you do the math, from 2000 to now is 25 years. Some of them were born into a political dimension and a work ethic and a work program that was designed to keep Tobagonians in a certain place. And they are forcing themselves out, and we have to create the guidance and let them understand that there are better options available. When we talk about productivity, I'll reference maybe 2 instances. I had the blessing of being in the hardware business at one point. And the THA would have outstanding monies for me. I would go to collect my monies because it's no secret that you mark up your goods a little more because you have to wait for your money. A pallet of blocks would cost you $2,000. So you charge the government $2,500. But you could sell a pallet of blocks every week. And if you could sell a pallet of blocks every week and make $500 on that pallet of block, I want you to stay with me now because the chamber didn't allow me blackboard and chalk, Madam Presiding Officer. If I pay $1,500 for a pallet of blocks, I sell it to $2,000 to the average man. I might sell it to the THA for $25, and I'm happy to make $1,000 on the pallet. But if I could sell a pallet of blocks every week, right? And the THA takes 3 months to pay me. Over that same 12-week period, I would have made $500 on that pallet every week. Are we doing the math? Somebody's lost, right? That's $6,000 I could have made selling that block, restocking, selling, restocking every week. So then, when you do business with the THA or government institutions, you charge more, but you lose. And it's in these areas I see productivity. I want to encourage THA employees to do your job and to do it earnestly, do it fervently, because sometimes you might think that you are doing it the right way, and you are doing it the right way. But if you put that little extra in, you save not just the government, but you save the private sector. Another analogy I could bring based on my experience on the job. Persons would purchase concrete from the ready-mix companies, and you have an area to cast 50 feet by 50 feet. And you come to the job in the morning, they do part today, part tomorrow, and over 3 days they do the job. If they do the entire job on one day, just the cost of cleanup is changed astronomically because the truck goes back and comes back 3 times. If you do the entire job on one day, and I'm trying to help the THA worker to understand how important it is for him to do more and to give more for the development of Tobago. If you do everything on one day, the next day you're putting up the profiles, and on the 3rd day you're putting up blocks. But if you keep having that ready-mix truck running back and forward, it takes you 5 days to do what could be done in 3 days. And these are cultural practices on the island where we have jobs to do, we have projects to do, and you find that we would take our time and execute it well. But in the context of real productivity, we are encouraged here to try to do more, do as much as you could do when you get a chance to do it. You see, productivity when productivity improves, resources are utilized more efficiently, and this leads to greater economic efficiency and sustainability. Our roads, our bridges, our schools, our hospitals, everything costs us less, and we benefit more. I took a little peek at the Singapore story, and that's the story that's trending and has been trending now for a while since they became independent back in 1965. It is said that when the British went there were just 150 people. But the production and the type of output that has come as a result of time, their population has reached 5.6 million. And that happened over the last, say, 100 plus years. In Tobago, we have a personal responsibility as citizens to ensure that this island becomes the greatest little island on the planet. That's an easy statement to make, but each one of us has to realize that the greatest little island on the planet will be built by the greatest and most committed workers on the planet. And that's where our encouragement is coming from. This motion is not one to accuse, to drag down our people in Tobago, but it's one to encourage us to see the bigger picture. Because Tobago is one of the islands in the Caribbean that is functioning in the shadow of another island. And Trinidad is not a problem at all. The problem is leadership. The problem has always been the leadership, and more particularly the leadership that's there right now. We want to build something great. And in building this, we need to understand that we are coming from a minus. And the regular run-of-the-mill day's work and approach to the work, we are calling for something more, we are calling for something deeper, so that we could accomplish what we ought to accomplish. 5.6 million people, Singapore is a really special case. What are the attributes that made Singapore so special? One, political stability. We are blessed in Tobago in that the Tobago House of Assembly is a stable institution. Right now we function with a 13-2, 13 to the TPP and 2 to the PD-PNMP coalition. Financial stewardship. That's one of the things they are famous for. The leaders were not compromising at any level with corruption. Education. Education is a big deal in Singapore, and innovation. And that's why this administration has focused on lifting that standard. And we have been successful up to this date in moving as simple as the C exam from where it was to a better place at this moment. Development of universities. If we get where we want to be, this would be a reality. Skills, future initiatives. This is where they focus on developing the adult population. In some societies, from the time you meet 60, you are forgotten. But in Singapore, they spend time with you, retraining you and teaching you how you could lift the standard of your life even after you are retired. Genuine love for country above political parties. Prudent government spending. These are some of the ideas that have been put to play in the Singapore story. Tobago, functioning from where we are, we need to work harder. We are grateful for what has been done and what is happening, but we have to appreciate for our children, our grandchildren, and our generations to come. We must work harder. I close my short presentation with a passage from the Bible. And don't ask me to quote it. If you see a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men. I thank you.
Minority Councillor, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Madam Presiding Officer, every time a speaker on the other side stood up in this house this afternoon to contribute to the motion, I had to take a look at the motion again, because For most of the speakers presented, even the member piloting the motion, I am not sure if they spoke to the motion at all. Because in the first instance, I was quite happy that this administration recognized the significant strides made in advancing Tobago's development. And the minority leader would have spoken about some of them, the significant strides towards building secondary schools, building primary schools, building community centers, health facilities. And yes, that is all the work of the People's National Movement over 21 years. I was very happy to see that that was one of the opening stanzas, that this administration recognized the work of the former PNM administration. Continuing in the motion, Madam Presiding Officer, it speaks to, it's the third stanza, and whereas the administration remains committed to providing employment opportunities, but also recognizes that efficiency, accountability, and service excellence must take precedence to achieve Tobago's vision to becoming the greatest little island on the planet. And we heard the Deputy Chief Secretary speaking to some pillars that they are working towards to be the greatest little island, but it appears to not be public knowledge. So if you have these pillars, if you quote unquote have this vision, does the employees or the public servants of the Tobago House of Assembly know what the vision is and what is their contribution to advance the vision of the administration? I actually took the time to do a Google search about the 14 pillars towards creating the greatest little island on the planet, and I haven't seen it anyway. So who is the vision or the pillars articulated to? So it would be nice to see that vision on paper so that all of Tobago could contribute towards achieving the vision, and that the workers in the Tobago House of Assembly could also identify what are some of the objectives and the matrices that could lead us towards achieving that vision. Moving on, Madam Presiding Officer, to the fourth stanza, and it says, be it resolved that this Assembly acknowledges the critical role of THA employees in fostering Tobago's progress and commits to further investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. And Madam Presiding Officer, I sat here and I did not hear any real policy. I did not hear any initiative to support productivity and accountability. Even in piloting the motion, I did not hear what those policies are and what those initiatives are. And even when other members, because the member in piloting the motion, he said that other members will come and say what these things are, but I have not heard what these policies are. We hear them talking about the central government. I heard the member for Buku speaking to the Singapore model, but is the Singapore model the policy that they are putting forward? I don't know, Madam Presiding Officer. So, and the member also spoke to, and again, I am happy that the member could have come clean with the public and confessed of their inability to deliver to the people. But, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to place on the record again that their inability to deliver has nothing to do with funding. The inability of this administration to deliver has to do with management and leadership. And I will quote the numbers, and every time I will quote the numbers so that Tobagonians will understand that it has nothing to do, their inability to deliver has nothing to do with a lack of funding. So, and the central government punishing them. How could the central government be punishing an administration when they have given this administration more financial resources than past PNM administration? And I want to quote the figures. In 2018, the allocation...
Members, I would like to hear the minority conclude presentation. When a member is on their feet, standing order 44 dictates, no interruption. Minority Councillor, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And again, I want to reiterate that it has nothing to do with a lack of funding for the inability to deliver, and I will share why it is not a lack of funding. In 2018, the allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly was $2.2037 billion. That was under the People's National Movement. In 2020, for that financial year, the allocation was $2.283 billion. Another year where the People's National Movement was at the head of the THA. In 2021, that allocation was reduced to $2.134 billion. So part of that financial year had both the PNM and the PDP because they came in December, so they would have been in office for about 75% of that financial year. But Madam Presiding Officer, if you go to the fiscal period of 2022, this was a period where this administration was in office. The allocation there was $2.357 billion. So if you move from 2.134 to 2.357, that's an increase of over $200 million. Again, in 2023, the allocation increased to $2.52 billion, an increase of 164. In 2024, it increased to 2.585. And of course, we know this year was an increase, a further increase, Madam Presiding Officer, of 2.6. So if you are getting more money year on year, how could you say that your inability to deliver is because of a lack of funding? Madam Presiding Officer, I want to put on record, it is lack of management and lack of leadership. It has nothing to do with funding. Madam Presiding Officer, the other area that I would like to address, the member opposite, again, the Deputy Chief Secretary, and it's as if this administration is not on the same page at all, even in relation to this motion, because some members stood up and it appears as if, yes, productivity is an issue. But then you listen to other members and clearly productivity is not an issue. The motion speaks to further invest in policies. So it means that some policies may have been present, and what the motion is attempting to do is to advance or enhance the policies that currently exist. But Madam Presiding Officer, if you listen to the Deputy Chief Secretary, Deputy Chief Secretary, basically said that nothing existed. So is it that based on the motion, something existed and you want to enhance it? Or is it that nothing existed? I don't understand. What are we saying? So, then, Madam Presiding Officer, we The Secretary of Agriculture again spoke to their attempts to diversify the economy because under the past administration, whatever the past administration did, and they are attempting, yeah. But Madam Presiding Officer, again, when you look at the numbers, it is under this administration that there was a decline in the economy. They were handling an economy of 1.64, 1.68, and it was reduced. When you look at the numbers, agriculture was one of the sectors that declined under this administration. Tourism declined under this administration. Construction and quarrying declined under this administration. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I am confused when I hear members of this administration speak. What they have on paper and what they, or the present, what they have presented on paper as a motion and their contributions to the motion is far and wide. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary of Health also decided that she will address the issue that is in the public domain at this point in time. And the Secretary did confirm some of the items in the article, because the Secretary confirmed that she said, pull it from wherever. So, Madam Presiding Officer, governance could become stressful. Yes, but Madam Presiding Officer, as the executive, as leaders, we are held to a different standard. And in spite of how stressful the job may be, you are to address and treat people with respect. And Madam Presiding Officer, even if it is frustrating based on the circumstances that the Secretary, the Assistant Secretary, and the Secretary of the Deputy Chief Secretary and the Assistant Secretary would have identified, it does not warrant that kind of behavior and attitude. So, Madam Presiding Officer, again, if we're talking about productivity and you are addressing people in that manner, how does that augur well for improved productivity, Madam Presiding Officer? And that is why I am confused. I am baffled by some of the comments coming from those on the other side. And generally, Madam Presiding Officer, you hear complaints, you hear reports of how members of this executive address public servants in the Tobago House of Assembly, how they are disrespectful. And Madam Presiding Officer, if we are here to address the issues of productivity, then how you engage with public servants play a major role and is a major issue in terms of their productivity. And if you are really serious about addressing productivity in the Tobago House of Assembly, you have to lead by example. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the minority leader touched on it a bit. And we have an issue, and even from the onset of this administration coming into office, persons, because of their actions, persons are fearful about their security of tenure when it comes to their employment and their jobs. Madam Presiding Officer, sending home people without due process and cause, not renewing contracts. We have a situation now where persons are not paid on time. You hear complaints about 2 and 3 and sometimes 4 fortnights where workers are not being paid. And Madam Presiding Officer, those issues can affect productivity. And if persons are fearful for their jobs, whether or not they will be employed, if persons are not being paid, then it is difficult to expect the best out of them because they are not at their best. And again, Madam Presiding Officer, if we are serious about what this motion is about, then this administration should really look at their policies and the actions that they are implementing against the public servants or contract workers, persons in the Tobago House of Assembly. Madam Presiding Officer, the last stanza in this motion speaks to, be it further resolved that this Assembly calls on the THA divisions to build upon existing successes by enhancing performance metrics, strengthening monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and fostering a culture of continuous improvement and professional development. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I know, and the Secretary of Agriculture would have touched on it a bit. So I know in the past, under the previous PNM administration, that there was some work towards improving productivity, the establishment of the Public Service Academy, and I know some productivity surveys were done. And I would want to urge and recommend, because today there was no baseline for where we will kick off. There was no baseline as to how we arrived at the conclusions that we have arrived at. And I will urge this administration to possibly look at the surveys, see what the surveys said, use that as a baseline. They could even institute their own surveys, Madam Presiding Officer, so that you understand exactly what the problem is, because again, from the contributions of the members, it appears as if some divisions don't have no productivity issues, while others blaming external parties for their productivity issues. But none of the members opposite really took accountability of the situation and said, you know, diagnose it properly, arrive at the root cause, and then put measures in place to address what the root cause is. Because right now we're just speculating that it is really productivity, but it could be a myriad of issues why persons are not performing to their highest potential. And it's only when you understand what the root cause of the problem is that you could determine what the real solutions are. So I am encouraging this administration to do their homework. So, Madam Presiding Officer, as I conclude, the ideals of accountability, productivity, and professional development is important to every worker. And if this administration is really serious about improving the productivity, improving the professionalism, improving the way that services are administered to Tobagonians. I would recommend, one, that they lead by example, ensuring that public officers are treated with dignity and respect. I will also want to recommend that if they are really serious about this whole issue of productivity, that we consider reviewing the Public Service Academy and looking at how the measures therein can be implemented. If they need to be tweaked, tweak them, but possibly look at it as a way forward, and addressing some of the long-standing issues and concerns of workers in relation to resources. And Madam Presiding Officers, if workers do not have the resources to do their jobs properly, then they become unproductive. So ensuring as well as that the resources are available. And Madam Presiding Officer, the administration must also hold themselves accountable, because that is what governance is about. So, Madam Presiding Officer, with those words, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion.
Assemblyman Augustine, you may now join this debate. I should also note that we are 5 minutes off of the break. Is the Leader of Assembly Business here to indicate whether we would be...
Well, that's why I am plugging in, Madam Presiding Officer, is to, one, ask the House to continue to sit until we dispense with the matters, and to, two, reserve the right to speak later on, if I deem it necessary.
May I propose that we break for 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes? This session is now suspended for 5 minutes.
Assemblers, I am Kimmy Potts, your presiding officer for the People's House International Women's Day debate on Thursday, March 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Assembly Chamber. You're invited to witness 22 pretty, powerful and purposeful women and girls debate on the motion that deals with her health, her right, advocating for better healthcare access for women and girls in Tobago. It's time to elevate the convo on women's health. So come in or tune in live to our Facebook and YouTube pages on Thursday, March 6th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Tobago, women, girls, don't miss this. We've got it locked.
The countdown is on to Trinidad and Tobago Carnival 2025. But before Bacchanal erupts in the streets, debates will heat up in the House, and this time, Assistant Secretary of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, Assemblyman Wayne Clark, will lay a motion calling on all THA divisions to enhance employee performance metrics to foster a culture of continuous improvement and professional development by investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. Then, call on the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago to designate the Assembly Legislature of Tobago as a National Heritage Site in recognition of its historical, architectural, and cultural significance. This Thursday, February 27th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will convene for the 38th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As usual, you are welcome to either come in or tune in. Either way, don't miss it.
assemblers, I am Kimmy Potts, your presiding officer for the People's House International Women's Day debate on Thursday, March 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Assembly Chamber. You're invited to witness 22 pretty, powerful and purposeful women and girls debate on the motion that deals with her health, her right, advocating for better healthcare access for women and girls in Tobago. It's time to elevate the convo on women's health. So come in or tune in live to our Facebook and YouTube pages on Thursday, March 6th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Tobago, women, girls, don't miss this. We've got it locked.
The countdown is on to Trinidad and Tobago Carnival 2025. But before Bacchanal erupts in the streets, debates will heat up in the House, and this time, Assistant Secretary of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, Assemblyman Wayne Clark, will lay a motion calling on all THA divisions to enhance employee performance metrics to foster a culture of continuous improvement and professional development by investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. Then, call on the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago to designate the Assembly Legislature of Tobago as a National Heritage Site in recognition of its historical, architectural, and cultural significance. This Thursday, February 27th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will convene for the 38th sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As usual, you are welcome to either come in or tune in. Either way, don't miss it.
Hey assemblers, I am Kimmy Potts, your presiding officer for the People's House International Women's Day debate on Thursday, March 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Assembly Chamber. You're invited to witness 22 pretty, powerful and purposeful women and girls debate on the motion that deals with her health, her right, advocating for better healthcare access for women and girls in Tobago. It's time to elevate the convo on women's health. So come in or tune in live to our Facebook and YouTube pages on Thursday, March 6th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Tobago, women.
Members, you may be seated.
Assemblyman Baines, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for another opportunity to contribute in this hallowed house. Always standing, perhaps even dripping with gratitude for the opportunity afforded me by the residents and constituents of Bethel New Grange.
Member, before we continue, can we kindly put all phones on either silent or turn them off? Please continue.
Thank you. And, you know, every time I come to this house, it confirms to be more and more that you have to have a certain kind of constitution. You have to have a certain ability to absorb foolishness. And you have to try and internalize the thing and not react to some of the things that you hear. I think that this motion is a motion that is critically important and timely because of the Tobago that we are aspiring to build. I want to also quickly pay tribute to Assistant Secretary Clark for piloting the motion. In fact, I was almost peacock proud listening to him and the way he articulated his thoughts and so on, and he remains true to form because he's been talking about these matters for the past 3 years or so. And he's a man that leads by example. Before I even go further, you know, it is convention to do some rebuttals from time to time. But sometimes the kind of things that are said, you are compelled to say something. And I listened, and all of us have listened to the contribution of the minority councillor. And I thought if I was to put everything in just one word, because she said it twice, I am confused. And we concur that she is confused. And then, of course, the minority leader was...
Honourable members, I don't have a quorum around my table. Huh? No.
Well.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam President Officer. I was saying that the minority leader remains true to form. I have never seen a man could misunderstand a simple thing like that. I mean, today he was so wrong he could have rolled. You understand? I mean, and the thing about it is that he attempted to give credit to Assistant Secretary Clark for speaking from his heart, and then at the same time, to disparage the man, to suggest that what he was saying today was not from his heart. When he miss it, I mean, I think the problem is that, sometimes you're so negative. And in his case, if you put him in a dark room, he will develop into a bad photo, because he's so negative. But at no point in his presentation did Assistant Secretary Clark infer that blame is to be laid at the feet of public servants. At no point. In fact, I understood the motion to not even be one of bashing anybody, but rather a motion that encourages, a motion that identifies that we've made some strides, identify that our people generally are people that are willing to work, and we have to do all that we can to enhance that. That is how I understood what the motion was saying. And I am heartened to just share my sentiments on this. I really like the tone of the motion. I am always a perennial optimist and like to encourage and to recognize when good things have been done and see how we can build on it. And that is what the motion is suggesting to my mind. And there are just two things that I want to put on the public record that I believe can help us to get to where we're trying to go. And of course, we first, and I'm sure other members have agreed, that we identify that there is a problem. We are not at all saying that no work has been done. We are not at all saying that it is just a hopeless situation. We are saying that we have some good things we could talk about, but we intend to get better because we are building a Tobago. In our mind's eye is a Tobago that we want to build that is second to none. Tobago has been in stasis for too long, and we have too many skills, we have too much ability, and we are now loading too much resources that we have not been able to take advantage of for us to sit idly by and just settle for second class. And so, I think that this motion is well placed. And so we have to first acknowledge that there is a problem. And acknowledging a problem is not bad. There is nothing negative. In fact, they say when you identify a problem, it is halfway solved. Those individuals who go to Alcoholics Anonymous, they say you have to say, my name is such and such, and I am an alcoholic, and all that kind of thing. Acknowledgement has, it helps you. And, you know, I was listening to, reading a Newsday article. You know, the Prime Minister made some comments. He was actually lamenting and chiding what he called the morning work culture in Tobago, and very critical. As if it's we who build that. As if it's the present administration is responsible for it. That is why, I mean, I don't try to be overly, you know, animated in my presentation. My wife sent me about 2 or 3 texts already for the day in capital letters saying, calm yourself, calm yourself. But I just hate it when people misrepresent the facts and people act as if there is no longer a term called hypocrisy in human language. Because some of the very same thing you are criticizing people, you are practicing it as a Gold Star member. And so we know that the issue of productivity is not singular to Tobago. We know that that is something that happens in Trinidad. In fact, there was a gentleman that was lamenting productivity issues in the public service in Trinidad and gave a jocular piece to bring out this point. And he said there was a farmer down in South that had a service bull on his farm, and the bull was very active with the heifers on the farm and so on. And an officer from the Ministry of Agriculture went down south and bought the bull and bring it up in town and put it on the government farm, but could not get productivity, could not get activity. So he called the farmer and said, come and speak to this animal. What is the problem? And the animal say, you know how long I wanted a government work. No, I mean, it was jocular, but the point was succinct, that there is that challenge that we face in the public service. But thankfully, based on what we have represented here, it does not represent the lion's share of the public service. There are people that diligently do their work. There are people that are concerned about upliftment and development, and there is love for country in this place that we call Tobago. And so I think that I want to join with everybody else to stand on my legs and to say that I'm a part of an encouragement team rather than a team that is looking to bash and to bring down and to destroy what we are seeing taking place in the workforce in Tobago, as the minority and others like him attempt to suggest. So we acknowledge that we have some issues. I saw Roston Paré, the MP from Mayo, was writing about productivity issues. But there was another article that caught my attention, attributed to, I hope I got this name right, Madam Presiding Officer, Vivian Bowen Melissa Maynard. The name kind of look funny, but I hope I'm correct. It's correct? Yes. And this article was about sentiments expressed by the chair of the Regency Recruitment Agency, Lara Quantrell Thomas, who opined that it is possible, that there is a possible link between demotivation and productivity in the workplace. And that caught my attention. And that's a quote from an Express article on May 7, 2024. And it brought me to the place that because from what I have seen in my short tour of duty at the division that I am now doing work, I realize that when you appreciate people, you get the best out of them. Because this seems to speak to the psychology of the human being. And we have seen it in homes. Parents could testify that when you support your children and so on, give them the requisite resources, and when they do well, you encourage them as well, that you get much more out of them. And I think a lot of the workforce have been so badly treated, especially those at the lowest end, the lowest tread of the totem pole, URP and CPEP. Over the years, they've been so abused and used, especially for political purposes, that it impacts how they treat work. And we could understand that. I was at a function when we were opening the MIC in Canaan. And there was a group of protesters across the road dressed in P&M regalia. Many of them were workers from CPEP at the time that were compelled to go out there, when they should be in the government work doing what they're supposed to do. So this administration's decision to try and improve working conditions, to try and improve the wage, and try to regularize what they do, certainly has an impact in their approach to work. And I think that this, as we are talking about solution, this is one of the things that we must continue to do. That we must continue to do our best to see how we can motivate the workforce, how we can make sure that they are outfitted with all the things that they need, whether it has to do with the PPE, whether it has to do with us finding the money. I mean, money is a serious problem. And one of the reasons why we really talk about this money thing is because, workers are owed overtime, workers are owed different benefits, and we can't seem to pay them in a timely manner because the money is just not there. But in spite of all of that, we still see workers putting their hand to the plow. And we have to salute that. We have to salute that. So I am for us highlighting what workers do. What part of my responsibility at the division is to is to deal with the PR. And I said, let us have a countdown of 10 projects and highlight them and go to the sites and talk to the workers and stuff, and so that the workers could have an appreciation for the fact that we, the persons, and when I say we, the entire Tobago, are really thankful for the work that you're doing. We're not just saying, that's your work. You're paying you to do that work, but we want you to know that we are concerned about you as a person, and we feel that as a person that you are doing great work and you should be encouraged to continue so to do. And I think from that exercise, we have seen tremendous benefit at the division. Just highlighting the works and talking to the workers and so on, that it has lifted work ethic, it has lifted workers' commitment to doing what they are supposed to do. So I see that when we are addressing this problem, that motivation of the workforce is one of the things that we can continue to use as a tool. We have to also, I believe, continue to sell this Tobago dream. We have to continue to sell this Tobago dream. That we must start hearing it in the primary schools and in the ECC schools and wherever. We have to sell this Tobago. We don't know. Tobago has been damaged so badly for so long that we are not sure what is the timeline it is going to take to fix what we need to fix. This dream that we're going after, this greatest little island, we don't know, because in the work we are now discovering the depth of damage that has been done to the island, that has been done to the psyche of the people. And when the psyche is damaged, it don't matter how much dollars you throw at that. You see? But we have to keep at this work. We have to keep selling this dream that we could be the greatest little island on the planet. We have to find a way, perhaps, to formalize it somehow. I don't know, maybe Chief Secretary, at some point we have to have some huge billboards, and we have to have some dedicated PR program and so on to sell this dream to the Tobagonian. Because for us to get to this place, it will require sometimes commitment outside of your 8 to 4. It will require sometimes doing things that you are not necessarily hired to do. You understand? Because we are trying to do something different, and you cannot get something different if you're not prepared to do something different. And so I think that part of the solution plan is for us to continue to sell this Tobago dream. As a Tobagonian, I don't know, but I am proud to be a Tobagonian these days. I am proud to be a Tobagonian. I mean, I am no, I have learned so much in the last 4 years from being in this forum. My mind has developed and so on about the politics of Tobago, about governance and so on. And it motivates me to get up in the morning and be a part of this government, because I know that we actually trying to build something that will benefit everybody that live on this island. Whether you be PNM or what was the coalition? Yes, that, whether you be that as well. I think we have to continue to optimize structures at the various divisions so that we can realize this, that we want to realize. One of the things that has really lifted my respect for the work of Secretary James is the way he hastily started to do some I don't want to overuse the word optimize, but just to put things in place, put the right people in the right place where they really deserve to be. Reorganizing of various units in the division, reorganizing the PMO and so on, and empowering them and seeing them carry out works that they themselves could feel that they are indeed project managers. You understand? Reorganizing the engineering unit and letting us understand that we have officers in the division that can come up with plans and so on and see them executed that are second to none. That we don't always have to outsource engineering works. These things have been impressive to my mind. The works that URP do, and the impact of the work on the social landscape, the kind of communities, the communities that have benefited, and families that have benefited from the work of URP. We also, many people had URP of yesteryear, what we used to call special works and so on. People have a concept about that. That is just for those people who, they don't have this big set of education. But URP has lifted its profile in more recent times and has become a critical staple in the delivery and deliverables at the division. And I am proud to see the kind of work that they've been doing and will want to continue to encourage that work. Madam Presiding Officer, all these things that I'm saying in large part is in support of this motion and the notion that we should, and we must build the best Tobago that we could build. Yeah. And we determined to build this model Tobago. A place where everybody has a stake in what we build in. We are not in the business of maintenance government. That easy. The government could just maintain the status quo. That is easy. It don't take much to do that. It's like the grooves in the city of Pompeii before the destruction by the volcano. You just get the wheels in the groove and it takes you up the road, around the corner, and to your destination. Anybody could do that. But this Tobago that we see in our mind's eye requires dynamic leadership. Not maintenancely, but dynamic leadership. And so when we say that we are glad that we are led by our Chief Secretary who kind of cast this vision, is not just vain support. It is because we understand that there is merit in the vision itself. That this is something that is going to benefit all of us. This is something that we deserve in this time, in our lifetime here, living in this place that we call Tobago. So, Madam Presiding Officer, as I prepare to bring this to a close, we shall continue because Tobago have excelled in every discipline that you could think about. Any discipline, whether it be science, whether it be culture, whether it be religion, whether it be education, you can find a Tobagonian representation. Therefore, we deserve to have the best Tobago that we could possibly build at this particular time in our history. And we have been favored, I believe, with the opportunity to walk the corridors of power at this time and in this season. And when I was listening to Assistant Secretary Clark's presentation and realized that we are a dynamic bunch. All of us have different skills and different abilities and so on. But together we are able to accomplish a whole lot. We are facing some turbulence from time to time. But you only encounter turbulence when you're flying. You only encounter turbulence when I don't know if you realize that. You don't encounter turbulence when you're on the ground. You know, and there are several things that contribute to turbulence, weather conditions, whether it be wind, hail, snow, you know, jet streams, clear, turbulence, whatever, that contribute to turbulence. And as I was talking about flying, and many people don't want to fly now because of some of the present things happening in the world, but still, from the place of study and historically and scientifically, flying is still the safest and quickest way to get to a destination. So the analogy that I'm making in closing, Madam Presiding Officer, is simply this, that as a government and as an administration and as a people in leadership in Tobago, is that we have to continue to fly. And I don't know that is being redundant or overstate to say that since we took office.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Oh, okay. That since we took office, we've been flying to the best of our ability. We have some turbulent days, some turbulent situations, but we are guided by this fact that although we have to go through this turbulence, that this craft that we are moving with is designed, it is designed to survive and to fly through turbulence. It's designed that way. And so I am encouraged that if we continue and we stay the course, that we will get the Tobago that we see in our mind's eye. I speak in support of this motion. I believe that we must continue to encourage our people. We must continue to provide the requisite resources so that we can get the best out of everything that we're trying to do. We shall not and must not be deterred by the negatives that we hear from time to time. You know, we can't stop the opinion of men. They are like noses. Everybody seems to have one these days. But we must stay focused. And I believe that it doesn't really require a lot of scientific things, you know. There are some basic things that we must do from our interaction with people. One of the things that heartens me is as I go and look at some of the projects, not trying to micromanage or anything like that, but just to get a sense of what the atmosphere is with the work and to talk to the workers and so on, and get a sense of the appreciation that workers have for people who may be in leadership position, coming, seeing and talking with them and highlighting what is being done. And I believe if we do this well, if we continue to do this, that we will see major development that we move towards this thing. Again, I must close by saying that we are not and did not, and Assistant Secretary Clark did not say that the workers are to blame, and that was not said at all. It was a misinterpretation. In fact, it was commonplace. It was intended. You know, there's an intention to misinterpret what was being said because, of course, you know, he who is the piper, what's the saying? Oh, yeah. The tune that you dance to is played by somebody else. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, I stand in support of the motion, and I believe with all my heart that we can build the Tobago that we see in our mind's eye. We will not stop. As long as we have breath in our body and God gives us life, we will continue to work to build this greatest little island on the planet called Tobago, of which the issue of productivity is a major, major pillar. I thank you.
I saw at least 3 members indicating to speak next.
I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Assemblyman Duke, I have not recognized you as
That's why
yet.
mic on. So I can see
I
that.
saw 3 members indicating at the same time to speak. Can I have a flow as to how things go, or are we going to vote on this? We have 3 members, including the move of the motion. Okay. Councillor Kerr, if you will.
I have the, I didn't change my mind. Can I have the,
We would have Councillor Kerr, then Assemblyman Duke, then we would have the move of the motion to wrap up the motion.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I would like to thank the Chief Secretary and the Executive for affording me this opportunity to be a part of the debate in this honorable House.
Madam Presiding Officer, point of order. Are you ready to make point of order?
At a point of order, members have to sit and give way to the member. Yes, Assemblyman Duke?
The councillor is reading his speech.
The councillor just started.
I see him looking directly and reading his speech. He has not stood on his
Assemblyman Duke, can you kindly have your seat, please?
Another point of order, unless it is made the speech, he cannot read his speech.
Councillor Kerr?
Madam Presiding Officer, may I seek leave on Standing Order 42.7 that I may read parts of the excerpts of my contribution this afternoon.
The leave is granted. Please continue.
Yes. So, as I was saying, thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The motion today being debated is an extremely important and critical one, since the development of this beautiful island depends on how we are able to bring about the necessary transformation to our workforce. But before I go into my presentation, Madam Presiding Officer, and I think that this may be one of the last times that I will treat with the matter of the minority in how they come to this honorable House. And regardless of what the motion is, the response to the motion
deliberately telling you he's going to treat with the minority.
Assemblyman Duke, can you kindly have your seat, please?
Madam Presiding Officer, you need to hear me out on this point.
I acknowledge your point of order. Can you kindly have
Right?
your seat,
Let me
please?
rephrase my statement because I was interrupted and you have to allow me my
Assemblyman
time.
Duke, can you kindly have your seat,
I rose
please?
on a point of order. Allow me to finish make my point. Please, Madam Presiding Officer. It's the least you could do. Respect the rules of the House. I stood up. You can't put me down back unless I make my point.
Assemblyman Duke, can you kindly, members,
I am making a
members,
point of order here. Let me give way to the Presiding Officer.
I'm not going to allow this to continue. You rose on a point of order, I acknowledge your point of order.
Presiding Officer.
You rose on a point of order, I acknowledge
did
your
not
point
hear me
of
out.
order. And I am going to caution everyone inside here, when a member is on his feet, please, by way of Standing Order 44, no interruptions. No interruptions. Councillor Kerr, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. If the member for Argyle Roxbury was here, he would understand the context of my response. I think that as a member, and you have now joined the debate, the least that you can do is listen and understand the context of the response, because many things would have been said before the member joined the debate this afternoon. And it is my responsibility and my duty as a member of this honorable House to treat with matters that are misleading to persons who are listening. And if it is a member would have made a particular contribution on this very motion, then I am compelled as a member of this executive to respond to those matters when I am on my feet in terms of my contribution. And therefore, I will continue by saying that regardless of what motion we are debating in the House, the minority continues to talk about this administration
Of the President of the Republic, members of the Assembly, which I am of, shall not, it says, be engaged in, be raised except, shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion. And today we are talking productivity, not Kelvon.
Members, please. Please. Councillor Kerr?
It seems as though what I want to say is going to rub some people the wrong way, so that people are trying their very best for me not to make my contribution. And as my colleague from Buku said earlier, what's the name of the party? PDNP, because it seems as though there's a concerted plan to come into this House and disrupt the speakers, so that I don't know what coalition is taking place,
Members,
but I have...
Please stop shouting. Members, please.
But I have a
Councillor Kerr, can you continue with your presentation, please?
I have a responsibility to the people of Tobago, and my responsibility to the people of Tobago will not be deterred, even if I'm interrupted every 2 minutes. So that in the contribution of the minority, he continues to talk about $300 million being sent to Trinidad, regardless of what we are debating. He continues to talk about people being sent home, misinforming the public. As a matter of fact, I remember that the Secretary of Settlements had to go in the media and correct the misinformation.
HA was not sent home. Can the member, yes or no?
Members.
Point of clarity. Because he's saying I'm misleading.
Honorable members, please. Please. The member is on his feet, giving a presentation. Kindly continue, Councillor
So it is
Kerr.
amazing that a part of
Members, the cross talk.
Send me home. That is a threat. That is a threat to my life. Madam Presiding Officer, the member just told me you would send me home. I have a
I am
police
on my feet,
report
Minority
against
Leader.
that member.
Minority Leader, I am on my
I
feet.
have a police report against
Minority
that member.
Leader.
And the man is saying you send me home.
Assemblyman Morris. Assemblyman Morris.
Yes, ma'am.
I am on my feet.
I'm on my seat.
Thanks. Members, we won't allow this to happen this afternoon. This is too important of a topic that affects every Tobagonian. Again, this is the business of the people. Let's leave these shenanigans to outside of the house, please. Okay? Councillor Kerr, you may continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, I hope that I am given back a little of my speaking time because I'm being interrupted every 2 minutes. So as I was saying, this continued rhetoric that seems to pervade every single debate that we have, every single time we come into the house, there's a mention about spiriting away money to Trinidad. There's a mention of people not being able to eat. There's a mention of, we said we will fix it, right? But what the minority leader fails to acknowledge is that we have been doing a tremendous job. It has been said that the people of Tobago are listening and they are watching. And I really hope that they are. Because all of what is being said, all of the rhetoric, the constant trying to mislead the people of Tobago, I believe that the people of Tobago are more intelligent than they are given credit for. And I believe that they will see through all of what is being said. In addition to which, we are talking about the issue of productivity. And the minority said that the leadership on this side is the reason why we are having this discussion. But I beg to differ. Because good leadership sometimes requires unpleasant conversation. And you cannot always want to talk about the pleasant things. You must sometimes confront the things that you need to be improved. And this is one of the areas, admittedly, that must be improved on this island if we are to realize the greatest little island on the planet. So to simply say that this motion, or to try to dispel the importance of this motion and say that this motion was brought because this administration wants to blame persons in the THA for the lack of delivery. Apparently, nobody on the minority side was listening to the presentation of Mr. Clark. As a matter of fact, the presentation was done in a manner where he used figurative language, and I think that may have passed above the head of Mr. Clark. So next time, what you may need to do is to just bring it plain, right? Because it is this former administration that hired persons and they never reported 1 day for work and was being paid.
45-8.
Please continue, Councillor Kerr.
Right, so that this responsible administration, the administration that I'm a part of, we have sought to encourage our workers, we have sought to empower workers, and we have sought to lift the standard of what was happening on the island. Because we recognize in a situation where you have limited funding, in a situation where the bulk of your budget goes to recurrent expenditure, which mainly pays salaries of workers, if you are to realize productivity, then you must increase the work ethics, you must get more productivity out of your workers. It is the only way to realize productivity on the island. The notion that this administration has gotten enough and has gotten more than any other administration, and the quote of how many billions of dollars that this administration has received is an attempt to deceive the population of Tobago. Because the reality is that those monies are spent, for the most part of it, to pay salaries of workers. And my good colleague on the other side was quite right. Because in many instances, after salaries are being paid or have been paid, in many instances, materials cannot be purchased for them to do their jobs because of the shortage of funding. $206 million for development, and part of that goes towards the payment of salaries for CPEP and URP. And that is what Tobago is given. So the reality is that Tobago's economy is being stifled, but the minority and the minority leader and the minority councillor are playing politics. And they are trying to let Tobagonians feel.
Order. Madam, point of order. 45-5.
Minority Leader, 45-5 cites imputing improper motives.
You say you are playing politics?
Councillor Kirk, please continue.
Let me just say that yes, it is very distracting to stop and start so many times. It is, but the thing about it is that, and I have to mention this before I forget, my good colleague on the other side was attacked and said that she was disrespectful to workers, right? But I know he's going to start up again after I make this statement, right? The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. I finished stating you wanted to jump up.
Members, please remember we are guided by the standing orders. There is a specific standing order that speaks to the Prime Minister, the President.
Madam President Officer, I did not complete my statement. I just said the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. So
I am cautioning you.
No, I'm just saying I didn't finish. So he was premature in raising the standing order. I didn't say anything else. Yes. He has gone on record as using some kind of language from time to time. I will just go and say that, so maybe my good colleague on the other side has been looking at the Prime Minister and patterning the Prime Minister's behavior, right? I think maybe that is the situation. But to come into this honorable house and suggest that we must lead by example, then my good colleague on the other side is following the example of the Prime Minister, right? So I think that the minority should be happy that my colleague is following the example of the Prime Minister in using certain kinds of language. But let me get back to the substantive matter at hand. Right? I've been thrown off, but I'm going to get back there. Right, so we are talking about the issue of productivity, which is not an issue that is local to Tobago. That is the first thing that I want us to talk about. Because the issue of productivity is national, regional, and global. And if it is that we want to address the issue of productivity, we must look at the best practices across the globe. So that in my research, I found that the #1 most productive country in the world is Luxembourg, with a GDP of $166 per hour. And the reason for this is because they have a highly skilled workforce, they have good work-life balance, technological investment, and a business-friendly environment. And the reason why I am pointing this out is because this administration has been moving Tobago in that direction. This administration, in terms of technology, has committed to digitizing the THE. And that is one of the ways in improving productivity on this island. And we have actually started to do that. As it pertains to Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago levels of education across the Caribbean is the highest, and Latin America. So what it speaks to is that we will be able to, or should be able to, based on the level of education of our citizens, realize more productivity than we currently do. What are some of the contributions to low productivity? We have a lack of supervision, unrealistic scheduling and project timelines, shortage of experienced labor, unavailability of materials, unavailability of tools and equipment, incompetent management, poor communication, lack of incentive programs, motivation of workers, schedule of work, and I want to elaborate on corruption. Because whenever you have an issue with low productivity, there's an economic cost to that. When we came into office, I remember that the Chief Secretary had commissioned an audit into some of the works that were built to the Division of Infrastructure. And what was revealed is that the Division of Infrastructure received bills for work that were not done.
Dealt with and has no part in this current debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, productivity speaks to accomplishment of task. If a task has not been completed, then it is a part of the productivity discussion. I am leading in the direction I shouldn't be explaining, and again, he didn't wait. As I prefaced my statement, I said productivity is related to economic costs. So productivity or the lack thereof has an economic cost to the island of Tobago. And if it is that works are to be completed and are not completed, but are paid for, it speaks to the levels of productivity on the island. As a matter of fact, I was going to continue to say that even when works there are cost overruns, there are delays, all of this speaks to a lack of productivity, and it also adds to economic costs. I can cite the Scarborough Library, for example, and the Shore Park Complex as examples of cost overruns, delays, overestimation in costs, changing in variation, and all of this. And these are contributors to a lack of productivity because there's an economic cost to it. And whenever you have a situation where monies are being spent to do things and the cost balloons to to 3 and 4 times the initial estimated cost, then that also contributes to a lack of productivity.
Members, kindly have your phones on silent, please. Continue.
What the THA plans to do to improve productivity. And I think I want to say that our autonomy is critical to the discussion for the THA to improve productivity on the island. We have an island of approximately 65,000 persons. And logistically, the THA can implement certain strategies in Tobago that can improve productivity much faster than what can be done in Trinidad. So some of these strategies will include staff supervision practices. Key to that is the system of staff appraisals, rewards, and recognition of achievement, ICT platforms to monitor the achievement of work targets, and introducing software that help track and analyze absenteeism, because that is also critical in terms of productivity. Madam Presiding Officer, we cannot do as ostriches and bury our heads in the sand if we are to realize the status of the greatest little island on the planet. There are many hard-working Tobagonians. There are many Tobagonians who are devoted to task, who go above and beyond the call of duty. But if we are honest with ourselves, there is room for much improvement as well. I don't know that we can simply sit and say that things are hunky-dory and that we don't need to address this issue. This issue is not an issue that resides in Tobago, but this issue is an issue that pervades the world. And even more developed countries are trying to find ways to become more efficient and more productive. So if this motion is brought to the House, I would expect that, I know that the minority will criticize and they would say all sorts of things, but the least that I would have expected is that they would have made some kind of positive contribution to this motion. The minority councillor constantly comes into the debate setting and always says, well, you didn't say this and you didn't say that. But what I would want to hear, even with that, I have no challenge with that, but give some suggestions as to how we can improve Tobago. Because at the end of the day,
Member, you have 4 minutes.
At the end of the day, we all live here. And I would want to think that we want the best for here. And we want to see that when we go anywhere on this island for goods and services, that we receive good service and, you know, that kind of treatment, that level of, and that standard of treatment. So that, let me just wrap up by saying that when salaries are paid to workers to perform a task, and the task is not done, it means there's an economic cost to that as well. Because it means that that task remains undone, and you have to constantly pay for that task to be done. And it creates an economic challenge, right? What I want to say to Tobago is this, that this island belongs to us. And notwithstanding the grandstanding of some of us, notwithstanding some of us trying to paint a picture that there's a blame game going on, for those of us who are conscious and for those of us who love Tobago, will understand that we are just the leaders, we are the policymakers. But in order for Tobago to realize its true potential, all of us must put our shoulder to the wheel and ensure that we do an honest day's work for an honest day's peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Assemblyman Duke, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. To my
Assembly colleagues, I thank you all. Though the evening is late, the topic under discussion is a great topic. Madam Presiding Officer, I have been listening to the debate via the World Wide Web in real time, live. And I'm yet to see quite a few things being properly identified or delineated in this motion. The motion would read, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly has made significant strides in advancing Tobago's development through various initiatives and projects, I'm yet to see those great strides we have made, or the important or significant strides we have made. I'm yet to hear those strides. I'm waiting on them. Maybe in the wrapping up of this debate, we will hear the significant strides Tobago has made and the development that we have achieved through the various initiatives, what those initiatives are, what those projects are. I'm yet to hear that. Yes, I know that there are many hardworking and dedicating and committed public officers from all employment cadres. But let me say this as a former labor leader who led 80,000 workers of this country, not in the Public Services Association as their president, and an illustrious president as that for over 12 years. And also as a leader of a national trade union center, allow me to say that workers are human beings too. And when a promise is made, the promise must be delivered. There are quite a few workers who are waiting on the ex gratia payment. I've been told by some workers the ex gratia payment was paid as if it was a secret rapture. Some got and some did not get. 2 workers will be working. Some get and some do not get. Even today, I receive a message from a worker, a young worker, who has children to feed. And this was a concern. Why they're not paying me my gratuity.
Member, relevance?
Relevance is, I'm speaking about the employees. Let me read again for you. The first whereas the Tobago House of Assembly has made significant strides in advancing Tobago's development through various initiatives and projects. I dealt with that. I said they have not given initiatives, any projects, and they have not told us the great strides Tobago have made. Let us bypass these words. These words mean something now, whereas it's a lead up to a resolution. There have been no identification of Tobago's significant improvement in development and the projects and initiatives used to get there. But I'm also stressing the fact that they are saying that there are many dedicated, hardworking, and committed public officers across all employment cadres, that these workers have concerns. Yes, they're dedicated, but they must not be taken advantage of. So this is the context of my speech, Madam Presiding Officer. Not because someone is dedicated and committed, they must take advantage of them. If you're paying ex gratia payment, pay it all across the board. If people are being paid gratuity, then all who owed gratuity should be paid. That's why the public service of this country is managed by Public Service Commission regulations. How someone is selected for a job, how someone is trained on the job, how someone is promoted, how someone gets an increment, how someone can be disciplined, how someone collects a gratuity, all these things are regulated. It's not for gut feeling. And so while we are praising the employees, let us understand they have been shortchanged. They have been shortchanged. I also want to stress the fact that the workers from URP, CPEP, and reforestation are concerned about their back pay. They got an increase, but they got no back pay. Again, these are things that will dull the very energy workers go to work with. I pass them every day on the road. Some are working, some are not working. One time I stopped and I asked a group of workers, so what's happening today? They say materials have not come for 3 weeks. And I understand that because the councillor spoke a while ago, Councillor Kirk, and he said that when they finish paying salaries, they can't even buy materials. So if you can't buy materials, and you can't pay salary because salaries are awfully late, where is the math? Where are we going with this? People are being paid late, the CPEP workers, URP workers, they are being paid late. But you are claiming all the money is going on salaries. Then you're coming and saying you can't even buy materials because the money is going there. How do we begin to create that equilibrium? How do we create that balance that says, yes, we are paying salaries, yes, we have materials to work, yes, the machines are ready for the workers to operate. We need to come to that middle ground if we are going to talk productivity. Let me go a little further on by the second whereas. And whereas the continued success of Tobago's transformation requires all hands on deck approach, ensuring every division, every department, every unit, every individual operates at optimum levels of productivity. Again, when I was the Deputy Chief Secretary, I was responsible for monitoring and evaluation unit. And I could tell you, the very executive that I was a part of didn't even understand what it is to monitor and evaluate. Didn't understand that. So one time I wrote to the CEO of Health, asking him to produce certain documents. And you know what? The person who was in charge of Health then said, no, don't write him, write me. How can you monitor and evaluate a unit if you are dealing with the secretary? You have to write the person who is responsible for the on-the-ground operation, which is the CEO. The secretary is only there as a policy maker, as a policy driver, as someone to implement policy. Which brings me to this point. Councillor Kirk spoke about the role of the Assembly to implement policy. That is the role. But let's hear the facts here today. This THA cannot and have not made any policies at all since 1980 to present. We have not made any policies. We have not made any laws. This is a house of debate, a house of discussion, but also it's the house where we do not make policies, we do not make laws. May I help you a bit if I'm to go back in history? In 1876, after the Belmana riot, 3 months after the Belmana riot, Queen Victoria removed the executive powers from the Tobago House of Assembly and made it Crown Colony rule in the month of August 1876. And from that moment to now, Tobago House of Assembly has not been vested with executive powers. We can come and discuss and debate, but we do not have executive powers here to make laws within this house. We are almost a Crown Colony rule operating at the behest of Trinidad as a ward. So when I'm presiding officer, let's get it straight. I would like to see this house create policies, because policies mean these are laws, and to breach these laws, there are consequences. That's why it's good advice. It's a motion. Let me come on to the first beat resolve. And this assembly acknowledges the critical role of the THA employees in fostering Tobago's progress, and commits to further invest in its policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. I do not even know what that means. Flowery words. I do not understand at all what it means. What does it mean that the THA employees be? What does it mean to commit to further investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability? Whenever we talk productivity, we are talking about working smartly. and I could drop the notes and just let you know this. Anytime you're talking productivity, you are talking about workers working smart, then that's an acronym. S means it must be specific. So they must have what we call a performance appraisal sheet, a balanced scorecard. We have to talk these things. But I try to raise these things in the assembly among my colleagues. And they ridicule the idea. They are meeting month after month, Madam Presiding Officer, and there is no balanced scorecard, there is no reporting. There used to be a mandate Monday where people have special things to achieve under their watch. That's thrown out the window. If they of themselves are not productive, how can they hold the employees of the THA to be more productive? I don't know that the horse could run the race without the jockey. You need the jockey, so the horse will go wild. You need someone to guide the horse. Here my colleagues are. In the executive meetings, there's no balanced scorecard. There is no policies, or what we call policy that one is, or ideas of what we spoke of on the platform being brought into fruition. There's no proper format for that to be achieved. So it's just whooping. They could have, the executive council here, who's in charge of this particular report, they have executive meetings on Wednesdays. Well, supposed to.
When he says, but it seems to me that the only history that he knows is from the Belmana riots. But when he says that the THA has made no policy from 1980 to now, I want to remind him that the Tobago House of Assembly Act Section 25 says that without prejudice to Section 75(1) of the Constitution, the Assembly shall, in relation to Tobago, be responsible for the formulation and implementation of policy. The responsibility of the THA from 1996 to now is to formulate and to make policy. And when the Executive Council sits and makes a decision at Executive Council level, it is in fact a THA policy. So let's not present false information to the public, please.
Assemblyman Duke, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. That is a different debate for a different day. I will not be sidetracked into that. I made my statements. I stand by my statements. That's a substantive issue he should raise. And let's debate that. Whether the THA is making policies at its assembly meeting or having this conversation among themselves. What they're doing there. So, as I'm saying here, the THA of themselves, which is the mover and shaker within the assembly for getting things done. If they are not productive, the employees cannot be productive. If they lack the basic tools.
Madam Presiding Officer, the member has not presented any information, any data to say.
Members, if you are rising, you have to rise on a point of order.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Presiding Officer. The member for Roxborough, Argyle, has presented no information to suggest that any member of the Assembly is unproductive. He's making a statement without fact.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. May I clarify? As the Deputy Chief Secretary, I said earlier on, and I trust he was listening, but he was not. I said I was once responsible for 9 months. I was responsible for monitoring and evaluation of all my colleagues, and I was monitoring them. I did monitor Trevor. Unproductive during the 9 months. I can say that. I did monitor the member for Mason Hall, Mariah.
Okay,
unproductive.
Members.
And I could go on and on and on.
Members.
I was responsible.
Members. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but let's remember that we are in the House, one. So conduct is of paramount importance.
On a point of clarification, Madam Presiding Officer.
Assemblyman James, you cannot sit and ask for a point of clarification.
My humblest apologies. My humblest apologies. On a point of order. The member for Roxborough Argyle continues to make false statements. This is a member who has accomplished nothing as Deputy Chief Secretary. Nothing. And comes to say that other people are unproductive without data. He had responsibility for foreign direct investment. Nothing.
Okay, members.
If we are debating in fact.
Members, please. Assemblyman Duke.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And that's why I wear my school uniform, you know. Still why I wear my school uniform. I understand when children are in the park, how they play. Monkey see, monkey do. I understand the copycat behavior. I'm seeing it playing out here. I'm seeing a trend. But they must be followers of good things. I will say that. My colleague across there on that side, the member for Scarborough Mount Grace, he fails to show respect for his seniors. He failed to show respect for his seniors. As the Deputy Chief Secretary, I was his senior. And I carried out monitoring and evaluation on him. And when I say to you, he was unproductive during that first 9 months, I mean every
Assemblyman Duke, kindly move on. Kindly move on.
Right, good. Point proven. Records on the hand side. I was his boss.
Kindly move on.
Thank you. And so if these, my good colleagues on that side, if they fail to work with balanced scorecards and timetables and duration and allow the administrators to aid and assist them in getting things done, we'll be spinning top in mud. It would be a place where the blind is leading the blind and the workers will not know what to do because they who are passing instructions down, they themselves does not know what to do. Instructions or work when done must be done smartly. The acronym is SMART. S, it must be specific. Must be specific. Must be specific. It must be measurable so you can know you can measure it. Then it must be achievable. Yeah? It must be relevant, R. And it must be timed. That's a basic thing. Basic management skills. Everyone understands these things. But we see people working helter-skelter on the road. They start a work today, tomorrow, no work. Why? No materials. So how could they start the work without the materials? They went up in my district, and my good friend there from one I called Crown Point, he's one of the better working assemblyman from my point of view. He tries. But even though with the best of intention to put lights on the Louis Dore field, and with the best of intention for my colleague there from Scarborough Mount Grace, who's trying to put a pavement in the Louis Dore area there, they're trying to work. They do not have the materials. And they do not have proper timing in getting the work done. Because I assure you that coming close to election, those work will be attacked. Or those work will commence closer to election. And I'm saying you need not to work on things around election cycle. You ought to set the trend as the leader. A car cannot rise or go faster than the driver. The driver is what drives the pace. And I'm asking my colleagues, if you want to have productivity, if you all want to enhance the performance metrics, enhance yours. If you want to strengthen monitoring of yourself. Monitor that. Ask yourself, how good am I doing? We like to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, oh, no, good, I'm looking good, boy, I'm looking good, I'm looking sharp. We must look at ourselves in the performance metrics and say, am I performing? Am I performing? In the IPU, am I performing? Some people say that the best performing secretary. They go out and they say that. They make videos of themselves. Is that the performance metrics, Madam Presiding Officer? Where they make videos of themselves, the best performing secretary, they employ the most people. Is that the performance metrics? I would have loved to hear those respond to that, but they will not respond to that. Governance is a serious thing. It's not a jokey thing. And while emotion is a good one, I think we lack the mental fortitude and the will and the resources to get it done. But the resources is the least of our problem. With a THA that has been gifted $10 billion, yes, $10 billion by the central government, we have not seen anything at all reflecting the likelihood of even having that money in Tobago. We have had a development budget of at least $1 billion in the 4 years period. $1 billion. There's nothing to show $1 billion in our community. So I rest here, Madam Presiding Officer, and say, dance a yard before you dance abroad. Practice charity home and it ends abroad. Start with yourself. Become more productive secretaries, and then let it trickle down like rain. Or as the ointment that fall on Aaron's head, the Jew, and come down to his beard. Thank you.
Assemblyman Wayne Clark, you may now wrap up this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the minority over and over in his contribution continue to quote or say things that I didn't say. I didn't come here and beat down on nobody. In my statement, I spoke about, yes, we are having challenges, and the steps we are taking to deal with those challenges, mainly retraining, retooling some of the workers, investing in equipment that will make their work a little more successful, I should say. But it seems like every time we speak in here, people contribute to the motion, the various motions, and they seem to contribute with their own motion. And even as I listen, the member for Roxborough Argyle, you know, it's strange enough that people who have all the answers, when they have the opportunity to put those into play, they did nothing. You're talking about, the member talk about reporting. The member talk about monitor and evaluation. If you monitor and evaluate for 9 months, show we one report that could say the findings of your monitor and your evaluation. Talking about reporting, you must travel the furthest as the Deputy Chief Secretary. You went to Dubai up to now, we don't know if people just walk upside down in Dubai. What do you report?
The approach inside his house, to squeeze them and they begin to make noise whole day.
Assemblyman Duke, I'm sure in his wrapping up, he would bring out all the points you want to hear. Please continue, Assemblyman Clark.
I don't interfere with nobody inside here. When you're talking, I listen to you. Right? We talk. Yeah.
Members, please be guided by Standing Orders 44.
Madam Presiding Officer, in this case, I don't even need protection. We're talking about productivity. For this tenure, this term in this House, you would win the prize for being the most absent. You would also win the prize for all this staying on in the House when it have photo up.
Members, please. Assemblyman Duke, have your seat, please. The member is wrapping up his presentation. This is his motion. I would caution you all. That's my favorite word for today. I'm going to caution you all. In as much as this is a debate, points have to come out that is relevant to the motion at hand, right? So let's ensure that we stick to the motion at hand, please.
May I continue, Madam Presiding Officer?
Members who are not speaking, can you kindly turn off your mics? Thanks.
Thank you. On production, the most productive thing a member for Roxborough Argyle did here to be absent more than he been present from the sittings. And when he come in, when he do come, you see like today, is the most disrespectful thing any member in the house could. You walk in at 5 o'clock, in your school clothes. You went school panorama? And then you want, you jump in to the conversation. And you was listening on the World Wide Web. Don't you listen to try to be punctual, mannerly, on time, and ever present to conduct the business of the people that elected you? Those are qualities that you seem to be lacking. And I'm very disappointed in you. First, I'm an honest man. I said, thank you for giving me an opportunity to serve. But I'm also very disappointed in you for the way how you have conducted yourself as a leader. And more so...
Members, relevance. Relevance. We have a motion at hand. We have a motion on productivity at hand.
Madam Presiding Officer,
productivity.
I'm dealing with productivity. It's the opposite of what the member for Roxborough Argyle has been showing when he was the Deputy Chief Secretary.
Do I need to reread the
I
motion?
will continue, Madam.
Thank you. Carry on.
So, we talk about how we could improve ways and what we are doing to improve in the THA to encourage productivity. And Madam Presiding Officer, is no secret, we have been working hard, unknowing to some people. Very unknowing to some people because they are never around enough to see anything. But Madam Presiding Officer, we continue to work to move Tobago in the direction that it should go. You know, sometimes you start with a dream, and some of the very people that you start the dream with get timid and start to react in funny ways when they see that dream becoming a reality because they themselves never believe that you're going to be successful.
Relevance, we talk about productivity. In a wrap-up, you would expect that you would hear some of the real
Minority leader, you have to allow, listen.
Madam Presiding Officer.
Members. I would quote from Standing Order 52, and it's very lengthy, but it simply says that it has to have order in the assembly. And I think you're all getting away because this isn't a carnival. This is not a Gael. You all are not stick fighters. You all are members representing people who are looking at you. Despite of your differences. Member, you may conclude.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And as I said, really, I don't need no protection. I could manage. Yes, so this THA has been working. And any right-thinking Tobagonian could stand and say without a doubt that they have been seeing the progress on this island. In many instances, Madam Presiding Officer, secretaries are working to reform things somewhat. Because the reason why fixing has to be done is because some things were inherited in a dilapidated position. And that's why you repair. That's why to raise productivity, you retrain, and you retool. You notice I'm saying a lot. You know, that's why some people continue to relieve themselves of absence in the house over and over. But as we go on, as I said, we will continue to do the retraining, do the retooling, despite whatever the resources are. We will rise to the challenge. We will get the job done. Because that's what we said we will do at the beginning. And we will see this through, Madam Presiding Officer. We will ensure that Tobago is in a better place than when we get it. That we will work for. There will always be detractors, distraction. Can't get away from that. Even in their minds, they are being productive by trying to stop proper productivity. As we work, Madam Presiding Officer, there are challenges, there will be obstacles, but we will get over. In wrapping up, I think the motion speaks for itself. There was enough there to show the direction that as an administration where we wanted to go and where we are going and where we will go. Distraction or no distraction, we will arrive at that place. We will continue to prepare the workers as best as possible. We will continue to treat them the way we think they should be treated. That is with respect. You're entitled to your views. You're entitled to your views. And that's okay. You know, before I think in wrapping up, Madam President, I just give a little story about Tiddy. You don't worry now. If you come here on time and pay attention to what's going on in the house and try to be useful to who elected you.
Members, please.
What we're trying to do continually in this house is try to compare 21 to 3. But it makes sense in playway language. Because the 21 is on the 3 line, 2 and 1 is 3. Just like how we have 3 people on the other side trying to be disruptive to Tobago progress. Madam Presiding Officer, as I wind up, I feel confident that this administration will get the job done despite the resources that we have. We will find creative ways. We will work. We will get the job done. We promise Tobago that we will do it, and they could rest assured that we will do it and we will get the job done. In any place that we have to have improved performances, we have to have improved productivity. It just goes hand in hand. So as I rest, Madam Presiding Officer, I am comforted in the fact that Tobago, since 2021, has been a better place. There are challenges. Many we have overcome. Many we will overcome. Despite any troublemakers, be it they come in school clothes from School Panorama, wherever they want to come from, we will prevail. We will weather the storm. And I stand here as a proud member of this team to say that you ain't gonna be Deputy Chief Secretary again, but you could come back, humble yourself. You could come over if you choose to. Come in your school clothes, and you will learn something. Madam Presiding Officer, thank you.
Honorable members, the question put is,
Whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, has made significant strides in advancing Tobago's development through various initiatives and projects, made possible by the dedication of many hardworking and committed public officers across all employment cadres. And whereas the continued success of Tobago's transformation requires an all-hands-on-deck approach, ensuring that every division, every department, every unit, and every individual operates at optimum levels of productivity. And whereas this administration remains committed to providing employment opportunities, but also recognizes that efficiency, accountability, and service excellence must take precedence to achieve Tobago's vision of becoming the greatest little island on the planet. Be it resolved that this Assembly acknowledges the critical role of the THA employees in fostering Tobago's progress and commits to further investing in policies and initiatives that support productivity and accountability. And be it further resolved that this Assembly calls on all THA divisions to build upon existing successes by enhancing performance metrics, strengthening monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and fostering a culture of continuous improvement and professional development. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. I put it to a vote again. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Motion for adjournment.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Rise to move to beg that this House stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the question put is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Honorable members, let me say thank you for such a very spirited contribution today. But I also want you all to be careful of the season, and good afternoon.